Okay, Chair Templeton, we are on live.
Excellent. Welcome, everyone. Before we begin the meeting, I have some remarks to read about the teleconference. Pursuant to the California Governor's Executive Order N2920, this meeting will be held by virtual teleconference only with no physical location. Spoken comments via a computer will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the board, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 956-5433-9410. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, click on Raise Hand. The moderator will activate and unmute speakers in turn. When called, please limit your remarks to the time allotted. Spoken public comments using a smartphone will also be accepted through the Zoom mobile application. To offer comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 956-5433-9410. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so that we know you wish to speak. All right. So now we go to the agenda. Pull that up.
I'll start the roll call.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Chair Templeton,
Present.
Vice Chair Rupavar,
Present.
Commissioner Awchak,
Present.
Commissioner Heckman,
Present.
Commissioner Lowing, I think I heard present there.
Yes, present.
Commissioner Riggs is absent, who'll be joining us in about an hour or so. Commissioner Suma.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Excellent. Do we want to start with oral communications for items not on the agenda?
Yes, so I see there are a lot of raised hands right now. So I like to remind everyone that oral communications is for items that are not on the agenda. So if you're here to speak on Castellea, please lower your hand now, and then you can raise it again when we actually get to the item in about 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, looks like everyone has lowered their hand except for Suzanne.
Great. And I'll just offer for folks who are listening in on the Zoom app, you can find the raise your hand button at the lower portion of your screen. Should be just a little hand icon that you can click and your hand will raise. If you are on the phone and you wish to speak, you have to press *6 and that will raise your hand. Let us know that you want to speak. So again, if you want to speak on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand. I do see 2 speakers.
Just a quick correction. Is that *9 or?
Oh, sorry. *9 is for raising your hand. *6 is to unmute, which you may also have to press if you are mute.
Good point. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Nguyen, do we have any speakers for items not on the agenda?
Yes, it looks like we have 2 speakers. Suzanne, can you please unmute yourself and identify yourself, and you may speak.
No, I'm here to speak on the Castellea. I thought when it said lower hand, my hands was lowered.
Oh, no worries. Thank you.
All right. We will close oral communications for items not on the agenda and move on to our next item. Agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Assistant Director Tanner, any changes, additions, or deletions?
Chair Templeton, there are no additions, changes, or deletions.
Excellent. Let's move on to city official reports.
Great. Well, good evening, Chair Templeton, Vice Chair Barr, Commissioners. It's great to be here. Coming to you again from my home, as I think we're all tuning in from our respective homes. On that note, I just want to let you know, if you hadn't heard already, the city manager has alerted city employees that will be expected to work from home probably until at least February 2021. And we'll kind of take stock when we get to that point. We're all hoping, of course, that something miraculous happens and we can turn from that route sooner. But unfortunately, that's not really the direction that it seems that this coronavirus pandemic is headed. And so we are continuing to provide our services online through our online permitting services system, which allows applicants to submit applications for planning entitlements, building permits. And I'm happy to report that we are seeing not quite returning to normal if you look at year over year, but our permits and requests for new permits are actually up. And so that is a sign that folks are still building, renovating, remodeling. And so it's good for our local economy, good for the homeowners or businesses who are endeavoring to undertake that work, and hopefully a sign that once we do get out of the pandemic, we will be able to recover some of the economic ground that we are losing in this pandemic. So a little sign of hope that we are happily looking at and happily taking as a sign of hope. I do want to encourage folks to continue to obviously wear your face covering, but we do have retailers, restaurants who are offering their food for takeout, for delivery, their outdoor dining, both at California Avenue and University Avenue downtown. We have a plethora of new parklets if you want to check those out as well. So if you are feeling up to it, please do consider patronizing our local businesses and keeping our local economy chugging along. We also have our friends, I think from Office of Transportation. Is Sylvia here? I see Sylvia's with us. I believe that she wanted to give an update on some transportation items, but we will be bringing forward a couple other items that have come to PTC to council in the near future, including the BMR report that you all looked at a few, I guess probably it was a couple months ago now, but feels like just a few weeks ago that we talked about that, as well as a couple other items that have come through here. Of course, last week or 2 weeks ago, the EVSE charger item was heard and was passed unanimously by council. And then just this past Monday, it had its second reading on the consent calendar. And so those EVSE rules that were passed, again, dealing with electric vehicle charging, will go into effect 30 days from this past Monday. So good to see that the work of government is still churning, still putting together some good policies. So again, we hope to see some more electric vehicle charging stations in more parking lots in Palo Alto. So I'll kick it over to Sylvia Starlack to make her announcement on behalf of Office of Transportation.
Thanks, Rachel. I'm actually going to pass it over to Philip because he's actually able to be here. So I'm going to ask him to give the rundown.
Thank you, and good evening, commissioners and members of the public. I'm Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official, and thank you, Sylvia. So tonight, I'm not joining you from home. I'm joining you from the virtual town hall that we're conducting on Connecting Palo Alto in our virtual El Palo Alto room. I'm going to dip out of the way so everyone can see my background, but we've got this virtual town hall that we've constructed with our consultants, AECom, and the website for the virtual town hall is vrpaloalto.com. And you can also find that on connectingpaloalto.com. And I'd like to encourage everyone to please go and interact with it and provide us with feedback. There's a tutorial video which will help orient you to how to use the VR environment. And look forward to seeing all of your comments and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. And that concludes our city official report, but of course available for questions from any of the commissioners.
Great. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff at this time? All right, looks like we're eager to move on to our action item. Thank you very much, Philip and Rachel and Sylvia for those updates. Okay, so at this time, if you wish to speak on the agenda item around the Castellea School project and you're a member of the public, you may begin raising your hand. And Mr. Nguyen will start working on that list. However, we're going to begin with staff presentation and then an applicant presentation before we go to a round of clarifying questions, not discussion, clarifying questions for the commissioners. Then we will have public comment, and then we will have our discussion. Be advised, we are aware that we have many interested members of the public that are planning to comment tonight, and staff has advised us to expect that this may be continued to an additional day, just so that we have enough time to talk it through. So just to set expectations there. All right, so over to you, Assistant Director Tanner.
Great, thank you so much, Chair Templeton. So this evening we have with us Director of Plan Development Services, Jonathan Lee, as well as our Chief Planning Official, Amy French. This project precedes my tenure here in Palo Alto, but both Jonathan and Amy have been here for the duration of this project. And particularly Amy French is an expert in all things regarding this project, so we're very lucky to have her. So I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan, who will kind of introduce the project and particularly focusing on the Planning Commission's role tonight and in the coming hearings. Ms. French will then give her presentation. We also have Catherine Waugh from DUDEC, who conducted the environmental analysis, and she's supported by our transportation analyst from, I think it's W-Trans. Am I saying it right? Hopefully. I'm getting a nod there. And then, of course, we have our many comments to the public as well as the project sponsor themselves. So I'll hand it over to Director Jonathan Lee.
Just to quickly interrupt here, one procedural item that we may need to do, and I'm not quite sure on the timing here, do we need to do disclosures?
It's a good question. Mr. Yang, should they do disclosures now if commissioners have received any ex parte communication outside of this hearing from parties that are interested in this topic?
So the disclosures can happen now. They can also happen just before the commission begins its comments and questions.
Okay. Since I've interrupted the flow already, let's go ahead and do that now. Let's see, I have a randomly ordered list of people in front of me. I will try and alphabetize it. Commissioner Alcheck, do you have any disclosures?
Commissioner, I think you're on mute.
This is the part of technology that's so fun. I apologize, Commissioner Alcheck.
He's trying.
Vin, can you unmute him?
I can only do some from my end. He also has to unmute himself as well.
Maybe start with someone else.
Yeah, he wants one more minute to figure it out, and then we'll go on. Okay, so who's next in alphabet? I guess that's you, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. On let's see, on this is my first year on the commission, and so on February 23rd, I was, which is before the lockdown, the pandemic started, I was invited to the home of one of the neighbors of Castellea, where I met with a group of neighbors who wanted to introduce me to the neighborhood concerns, or some of the neighborhood concerns regarding the project. So we had a discussion there at the home, and we drove around the perimeter of the school. The information that the dialogue that we had there did not include any comments or concerns that I have not seen presented, sometimes numerous times, in the environmental documents and in the comments on the environmental documents. And then last week on August 18th, I had a Zoom conference with representatives of the Castellea School, primarily to have them introduce themselves and their project alternative number 4, and some dialogue about that. And again, the information that that was discussed at that meeting, I don't think that there was anything in there that I haven't seen in the environmental documentation, the final EIR that I've reviewed. And Commissioner Alcheck was with me on that Zoom call. Those are my disclosures.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Alcheck, do you want to try again? Maybe? No, I can't hear you. Oh, yep, there you go.
Good. I think my AirPod is on the fritz. Okay, disclosures. We've done this before. I think I've met with the neighbors, but that was before the last hearing, so that disclosure has been made. I did attend the same Zoom conference call that Commissioner Ekman referenced a minute ago. And I don't have anything to add to his comments. It was very much an introductory call regarding the alternative 4, where I believe we got the opportunity to basically understand many of the more complicated, or excuse me, many of the components of the alternative that we would have otherwise read in our packet. So in some respects, I think it was just a second go at this presentation that the staff has for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lowing.
Unmute.
I met with the neighbors, but that was back in mid-19 before our last PTC meeting on this. No further contact with anyone since then.
Thank you very much. Council Yang, if you can help me remember when Commissioner Riggs returns to do his disclosures at that time. And Vice Chair Rupavar.
So this was prior to our previous hearing on this. I already made the disclosure, but I met with the neighbors at Castellea and then also separately with Castellea. Since then, on August 6th, the neighbors from Castellea reached out to me and scheduled a Zoom meeting. I met with them on August 6th. I didn't learn anything new that wasn't already in our environmental documents or comments. They raised some procedural questions and I just referred them to the planning department. That's about it. The Castellea school reached out to me to meet with them, but I was not able to make that happen due to scheduling issues. And so there was no discussion other than, are you available to meet? And that's it.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Suma.
Nothing recently, but in the last 3 years, I've met, I believe, with the Casti people at the school twice, once with former Commissioner Monk and once with Vice Chair Rupavar. And I've met in that same time period, not recently, with the neighborhood group twice as well.
Thank you very much. Before the 2019 PTC meeting, I met with the group of neighbors and with the Castellea representatives, which we discussed at that time. And this year in June 18th, I met with the neighbors, and August 24th, I met with the Castellea representatives. During both of these meetings, no new information was discussed. Thank you. All right, over to you, Director Late.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Chair Templeton and Planning Commissioners. It's good to see all of you again. It's been a while since I've joined your meeting. I wanted to just underscore a couple of comments that have already been stated about the meeting tonight and sort of our expectations and the steps ahead. I also want to acknowledge that this is an application that's been around for a number of years, and we started our first round of, there's been a number of meetings that we've had, of course, staff and residents, and with the applicant and amongst the applicant and residents themselves, there's been a lot of conversation that has taken place. We've also had before the commission meetings on the environmental document, which you'll be reviewing again this evening. But last week, we started the first round of public hearings where we have an opportunity for community members to begin to express their perspectives in a more formal setting. Last week with the Architecture Review Board, and then this week with the Planning and Transportation Commission. There's a number of boards and commissions that are involved in this project only because of the different types of applications that have been filed. So each board and commission has its own sort of focus and review of the project. We will, in addition to ARB and PTC, we will also be making a presentation before the Historic Resources Board. And all of these boards and commissions will make recommendation to the City Council, and then the City Council will make the final decision or take a final action on the project when it is presented to them. For tonight, just to maybe, if it was unclear to the public or commissioners, what we're expecting out of the meeting tonight from a staff's perspective is, one, to present the project, the entirety of the project to the commission, have an opportunity for the public to have the applicant make their presentation, and then hear from the public comments and have that information included for the record and for the commission's consideration. We would anticipate that the public comment period would be closed if we're able to get through that tonight, and start an opportunity for the commissioners to begin to ask staff some questions and start your deliberation on the project. I guess from our perspective, you know that we did not include any, well, let me back up one step. So there's been some conversation about what will be discussed tonight, and part of that is the environmental impact report for certain. I mean, we've heard your comments, we've have our consultant here, and we're prepared to talk about the final environmental impact report. But we've also teed up the staff report in our presentation to enable the commission to also engage in a preliminary discussion about the requested entitlements, which Amy will get into in more detail. So depending on what happens this evening, what we're ultimately looking for from the Planning Commission tonight is to get a sense from you, if you're able to do that, the direction that this project may be heading in. And to the extent that there's some preliminary analysis or preliminary direction that the commission would like us to explore, we would ask that, in addition to continuing the public hearing, that you direct us to prepare draft findings that would be reviewed by the commission at a subsequent public hearing. And if those are findings for denial, we would ask that you articulate some of those reasons if you're able to do so tonight. If it is recommendation or direction to draft findings for approval, we would like to understand that as well. And that would also be accompanied by draft conditions of approval. So we would expect that if we are able to get to that discussion tonight and get to that direction, we would return, and the Planning Commission would have an opportunity to review all of those findings and conditions if it was heading in that direction at another meeting. And the public would also have another opportunity to make comment on the new information that would be provided. And if not, and if we're not able to get to that, then that's fine as well. And the commission could continue the public hearing to another date to continue your deliberation too. So with that, and then last thing I just kind of wanted to note, and it was mentioned in the disclosure comments, the project alternative, the applicant's project alternative that was submitted is we include in the staff report, the written report, and we'll make mention of it in the oral presentation this evening, reference to the original project and this alternative. But as we heard from the applicant team last week, and they'll correct me if I'm misspeaking, but they seem to be putting their energy behind that project alternative. And it seems like where the dialogue takes place about the project, that would be the focus of our efforts, is to look at the project alternative. I think the original project has evolved to meet that alternative where we are now. In any event, we'll highlight both so you can understand how that's changed in response to public comments along the way. So, Amy, I apologize for taking the long introduction. Please take it away from here.
Okay,
I wanted to hold up, Amy. I'm sorry, Ms. French. Can I interject? The presentation is it's not showing the view that you may wish. It's showing the notes and
yes.
the next slide view.
So I was trying to manipulate it and unsuccessfully.
Push the down arrow. You should see options under display settings at the top menu bar to the right.
Oh, this one. Yep.
Should give you options: swap, presenter view, and slide view. Click that very next down. Yep, that.
Are we good?
Oh, excellent. Just wanted to make sure we got to see your beautiful slides. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that, John. Struggling through that. So I think John covered this. I'm Amy French, Chief Planning Official, also the steward of this project through this city process. So I think John already covered this. We have our presentation, including Dudek's. Then we'll get to the applicant. This is their first presentation to the Planning and Transportation Commission. And John already covered some of these things, how we'll get through this tonight, and then the continuance. Castellea is a middle school and high school combined, a private school for girls. This is where it's located, surrounded by residential, single-family residential uses. I'll give you a brief context and history. Castellea started at this location in Professorville. Castellea began in 1907 with 68 students, kindergarten through 12th grade levels. Castellea moved to this location in 1910. They started with just these buildings. One of them is the recitation hall that is still in place. In 1924, there were a few more buildings, again, including the recitation hall, which is on the city's inventory as a historic resource. In 1924, there were 230 students. And then in 1926, Burge Clark came and designed the chapel hall, which also remains today. This is blocking my presentation, but there it goes. This slide gives an overview of the enrollment over the years, the different grade levels. It's grouped by decade here, and showing you that there have been 8 conditional use permits over time. The first one being in 1960. It started with a dormitory. Later, the dormitory was converted into classrooms, and on and on. We have TDM programs appearing in the 90s and TDM monitoring associated with the most recent use permit associated with enrollment cap of 415 students. This shows the 2 historic buildings on campus, the gun building and the chapel. In 1980, the chapel was converted to an auditorium. You can see here the Rhodes Classroom building is attached to this historic building. This, again, another view of the historic building attached to the Rhodes Hall. And then here are some views of Emerson Street. Castellea owns 2 homes on Emerson Street. And then this home is under separate ownership. The home on the left here is a resource, a National Register eligible historic resource. These 2 homes were found not to be historic resources. This shows the Castellea School property today. Again, the campus with its buildings, 3 parking lots, 3 access points for drop-offs, and these 2 homes that are owned by Castellea on separate parcels. So now a project overview. Castellea seeks to change the campus and upgrading the buildings and the pool relocation. They started with a master plan concept in 2016 with their conditional use permit submittal that looked to expand below grade and keep the above grade area to around what it is today. They seek an increase to a cap of 540 students over time, coordinated with the phase development. This slide shows the buildings to be demolished. Have a few pictures here. This is annoying. Okay. This is the combined Arriaga Family Campus Center with the Rhodes Hall that you saw in the earlier photo. And the Fine Arts building here, and the pool, and a couple of maintenance buildings. Again, these are a close-up of the homes that Castellea owns. These are the years they were built and the adjacent home that is under separate ownership. Castellet acquired this home in 1993. Here's the original project site plan that's associated with the project, as it's called in the environmental impact EIR. This shows how vehicles would come through the campus, all drop-offs coming through the garage and then turning right onto Emerson to exit. It eliminates the Kellogg driveway and retains this driveway, and has school buses dropping off here as well as trash services. In the project alternative, this is retained. The drop-off here, drop-offs occur through the garage and here. The traffic exits always, but the traffic is distributed. And of course, the homes are retained and the garage is reduced in size. The drop-off location in the underground parking facility has 2 lanes, both the same direction for one-way traffic entering and exiting. In the original project, the garage layout had more spaces and it encroached into the Embarcadero setback and underneath the 2 home parcels. And in the project alternative, the home parcels stay, the garage is smaller and does not encroach into the setback. Enrollment is key. The request, the original 2000 conditional use permit caps the enrollment at 415 students. Today, it's 426 students. The request is 540 student cap with increased enrollment over time. The 2013 city action did result in these things: penalty payment for over enrollment, TDM management implementation, annual enrollment reductions, and this application to the city. These are the project components described in the staff report and in the plans. These are common to both the project and the project alternative. This shows images of the original project with the open space replacing the 2 homes to be removed in that project. This shows a diagram, shows the reduction of the garage for the project alternative, removing the garage from the special setback on Embarcadero, removing the garage from underneath these homes, retention of the homes and these adjacent redwood trees. This shows the exit from the project alternative garage, retention of these 2 homes, a fence, and the exit here. This is another image of the reduced garage showing the parking spaces. The project alternatives parking meets the code rather than exceeds the code. The original project exceeded the requirements for parking spaces on the site. This is the summary of the project alternative that is changed. So it's retaining more trees. It's reducing the ground floor level of the academic building and from the project. And then it enables the withdrawal of these other applications, the tentative map and the request for the Embarcadero Road special setback. It also removes the significant and unavoidable CEQA traffic impact of the project, which we'll hear more about later. This project involves 3 years of construction under a phased construction plan. The applicant will tell you more about that. The first phase here involves the subterranean parking facility and that landscaping, and then after that, increasing up to 490 students. Subsequent phases are listed here and in the staff report. The required applications include those before the Planning and Transportation Commission, the conditional use permit for the 540 student cap and intensification there with an enhanced transportation demand management program. The variance for replacement of existing gross floor area And these other two applications, again, would not be required for the project alternative, the special setback and the tentative map to merge the parcels. So the Architectural Review Board did meet last week, last Thursday, reviewed these types of things as is in their purview. They have not tackled the architectural review findings as of yet. They continued their hearing. Here's a brief summary of the items they discussed. They acknowledged the project alternative as more supported than the project. They looked at some of these aspects of design, including the Kellogg facade design, and had some suggestions there. The tunnel, the circle, and some other things related to operations, landscaping, etc. The HRB met last September, and they are going to meet this September. Last September, they looked at the environmental impact report and looked at the couple of options for treatment of this exposed wall, exposed after removal of the roads hall. The City Council, of course, is going to consider all of the applications and is the board that would certify the final EAR by resolution. So they have the option of approving these applications. Then in the staff report, we covered these topics, the CUP, the variance, and zoning code compliance, packet page 15 through 18. This just shows the general use permit findings not tailored to the project as of yet. These are the findings that would have to be made for the types of components covered by the CUP: operation, enrollment cap, the pace of enrollment increases, school operations, the TDM events, and the temporary campus. Here's an image of the temporary campus that the applicant proposes to put on speaker field. And this one was prepared for the project, the original project design that included removal of the two homes. This would have to be redesigned for the project alternative. So the concept was to have a temporary campus on top of the speaker field after construction of the below grade garage to enable classes to continue on campus while the academic building is constructed. This slide shows the variance. It shows the demolition, 84,572 square feet of demolition. This provides the code sections that address the replacement of non-complying facilities. The reason it's non-complying facilities is in 1998, the city adopted a floor area ratio code for the R1 districts. And at that time, the campus became a non-complying facility. It is not a non-conforming use because it has a conditional use permit. This is a big table with lots of data, so I'm not going to go through this. But again, as I noted, the 1998 code established the floor area ratio in the R1 zone. It's a formula that involves different percentages for different amount of site area. 81,384 square feet would be allowed under today's codes for a new development. Now the project alternatives. The alternatives in the CEQA document is the applicant's reduced garage dispersed circulation alternative. You'll hear more from the applicant on this and more from our CEQA consultant. But this was studied in a transportation impact analysis. It was found to fix the tire impact, which you can hear more about on that segment of Emerson where all of those cars would have been exiting because the traffic is shown exiting in all ways. And it reduces the project's effects. There were other project alternative study in the draft EIR, including 2 on-site alternatives. There were alternatives that were rejected, the offsite alternatives here. And then the final EIR discussed the no garage alternative further as requested at the Planning and Transportation Commission back in August of last year. The no garage alternative is alternative 5 and was found to basically require more surface parking and removal of those 2 Emerson homes to create that surface parking lot that would be larger there. And so we'll cover that in the EIR discussion. We'll get to that next. Just a brief history on that, 4 years, starting with the application, moving through the scoping meeting, the preparation of the draft EIR, the 2 hearings last summer, August and September, and now the final EIR, which was published July 29th and 30th. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and change over to Catherine Waugh from DUDEC.
All right, good evening. Thanks, Amy. So let me pull my presentation up for you. All right, and then there we go. Okay, so thank you again, Amy. So my name is Catherine Waugh. As Amy said, I am a senior project manager with DUDEC, and we've been working with Amy and other city staff and W-Trans, our transportation subconsultant, to prepare this EIR. And so my presentation, I'm going to give an overview of the contents of the, really focusing on the final EIR master responses, because those provide a good comprehensive view of the topics that were covered in the draft, and then the types of comments that we received from the public. So this slide just reminds folks of the basic contents in the 2 different documents. The draft EIR has a very detailed project description and goes through the full range of environmental impact analysis that's required under CEQA. A key issue with this project is defining the baseline conditions when you have a redevelopment or a remodeling or modernization type of a project. It's really important to understand that CEQA has us evaluate the conditions or the impacts relative to the conditions that exist at the time the environmental review has begun. So we don't assume that the existing land uses are wiped off and of the site and we start fresh. So it's a really important thing so that you understand how the impact analysis is comes together. When we look at thresholds of significance, those are either the regulations and policies of the city, as well as any applicable state and federal policies and regulations that relate to the resource being studied. And that's how we figure out what that where that line is that an impact would cross over from less than significant to then being significant. When we do have a significant impact, CEQA requires that we implement mitigation measures, and that we should implement all feasible mitigation measures that can effectively reduce or avoid or compensate for the impact that's been identified. And then, of course, project alternatives is a key component as well, looking at whether or not there are different variations of a project that can be more effective at avoiding or reducing some of those impacts while still meeting the objectives of the project. So we don't look at a completely different type of land use or a completely different development scenario. We still want to be within the sort of envelope of what the objectives were for the applicant having submitted their applications for a project to begin with. And so then once the draft EIR is out for public review and we get a body of comments from the public, we provide responses to all of those comments. And as you've seen in the final EIR, we had a lot of comments that address the same topic in different ways. And so rather than have you have to kind of flip through the document to find individual components of these different topics, we prepared a set of 13 different master responses. And so that, as I said, is what I wanted to focus on for my presentation tonight. In addition to those responses, there are revisions that have been made to the draft EIR. There's a summary table in the final EIR introduction that gives you a great sort of checklist of exactly what changes have been made and where you can find them. So a lot of them were, sort of just cleaning up some of the language to make things more clear or to provide a little more explanation of certain points. We also revised some of our figures to reflect changes that have been made to the original project site plans. Or we added a few figures to provide, again, just a better explanation of how, what factors were considered in the impact analysis and how we reached the conclusions that we did. And then there were also a few updates to the technical appendices to support that analysis. So as I said, the final EIR includes these 13 different master responses. And so I'm going to just go through them one by one, but I'm trying to not get us bogged down with too long of a presentation. So I'm going to give a pretty high level overview, and I'm happy to answer questions when the commissioners are looking for clarification or during the discussion portion of the meeting. So the first master response is about the project description. We just reviewed some of those revisions that had been made to the original project site plans. There was some minor updates to some of the details of the landscaping plan or other specific elements within the project site plans. And then we also provided some additional specificity on some of the elements that people had inquired about in their comments, such as some of the traffic flow and how enrollment would be managed and those types of things. We also, the second master response provides a more detailed history of the conditional use permits that have been issued for the site, as Amy outlined in her presentation. We also, talked about the different, the enrollment violation, the enrollment cap violation that has occurred, and then provided a little bit more discussion about how the conditional use permit, the conditions of approval that go with that permit are monitored and enforced. The third master response focuses on construction elements of the project construction. So we talked about phasing, the amount of excavation that's required to construct the garage under the original project, and how that translates into traffic volumes and truck activity. And then we also talked more generally about construction related traffic and how that would be managed, and specifically added discussion about the anticipated temporary lane closures that would be needed during construction to finish some of the sidewalk improvements and infrastructure installation. We also talked a little bit about the noise and air quality effects that would occur during construction, but those were both covered in detail in the respective draft EIR chapters. So the master response just provided a good summary of what those analyses, what the methodology was that was used to evaluate that, and what those conclusions were. So master response 4 is the one that reviews the project alternative, which has the very convenient name of dispersed circulation reduced garage alternative. And so as Amy explained, this alternative modifies the site plan by, the primary thing is by reducing the size of the parking garage and retaining the houses on Emerson Street. There is also some minor modifications to the academic building to allow for the drop-off lane on Kellogg. And then we had a good long discussion in there about how traffic circulation would be managed and how the garage layout differs from what was originally proposed. And then highlighted the changes in the entitlements that would be necessary if the city were to approve that version of the project. There's also a summary of the project elements that are consistent with the original project, and then a discussion about how the traffic distribution would work for drop-off and pickup. And so this was that Castellea had proposed a lot when they submitted the plans for this alternative. They had proposed a certain percentage of trips would be assigned, or families that are dropping students off would be assigned to one of the 3 locations. And those percentages were generally based on the existing assignments that they have for the different drop-off spots that are used currently. when W-Trans conducted the traffic impact analysis for this alternative, they found that the percentages that were proposed would actually result in a tire index impact on Bryant Street. And so W-Trans then modified those percentages to find a balance that would avoid the tire index impacts on both frontages of the campus, both at Bryant and at Emerson, by assigning a little bit more traffic than what Castellea had proposed to going through the garage, and thereby reducing the number of trips that would be occurring on Bryant Street. This slide is similar to a lot of the information that Amy had provided in her slideshow, but in her presentation. I just wanted to reiterate that there are several components of the projects between the original project and the project alternative that remain the same. And so those are listed here at the top of the slide. And then I've summarized the key differences between the original project and the project alternative. So again, under the original project, the 2 residential structures on Emerson Street would be demolished, and a landscaped open space area would be created there at grade. Under the project alternative, those structures would be retained, and no changes would be made on those 2 properties, other than providing the exit driveway from the garage. Then the garage would be somewhat smaller under the project alternative. As Amy mentioned, the garage under the original project exceeds the city's required amount of parking for a private school. The garage under the alternative is designed to be much more in line with providing the amount that's required and not providing excess spaces. And then under that alternative, again, we would have the 3 drop-off and pickup locations. So there would be students that would be dropped off or picked up in the garage, and the traffic flow would work the same way as under the original project. Those cars would all enter, I misspoke, it wouldn't work exactly the same. Those cars would all enter from Bryant Street. They would all exit on Emerson Street. But instead of being required to turn right, they would be free to turn left or proceed straight onto Melville. So that's a difference to the circulation under the project alternative. Then there would also be a set of students that would be dropped off in the loop driveway on Bryant Street. So they would be dropped off closer to the front of the academic building there. And then a set of students that would be dropped off and picked up at the Kellogg Avenue drop-off location. And then there's just a slight difference in the gross floor area of the academic building, and that's really resulting from needing to pull the building back a little bit to allow for the Kellogg Avenue drop-off zone or location. So in that master response, after we provide a long explanation of what the alternative consists of, we then did a detailed analysis of each of the impacts of the project alternative relative to the impacts that were determined for the original project. And so I didn't want to go through every single impact in this presentation, but I highlighted these 3 as being the ones that most relate to the public comments that have been received. So the first one is under the land use topic. The original project would result in a significant increase in the daily traffic volumes on Emerson Street. And that's what we mean when we're referring to the tire index. Tire stands for traffic infusion in residential environments. And so the dispersed circulation reduced garage alternative would avoid that impact by spreading out the traffic distribution much broader compared to the original project. This alternative also reduces the extent of tree removals and relocations that's required. It's important to remember that the tire index impact under the original project, that is considered to be a significant and unavoidable impact because we could not find a way to mitigate that to a less than significant level. In comparison, the tree removals were considered to be a less than or mitigated to a less than significant level with the mitigation measure that expresses how the project plans need to be designed to ensure consistency with the city's tree preservation regulations and tree technical manual. Similarly, in aesthetics, we had concluded in the draft EIR that the original project would result in less than significant impacts to aesthetics because we were comparing the proposed buildings and proposed campus layout and landscaping with what exists there currently today. So we didn't find that there was a significant unavoidable impact there with the changes in views on Emerson Street. However, that is an important difference between the original project and the project alternative, is that there would be a much different view shed from Emerson Street because those two houses would be retained and the open landscape area would not be created. And then again, transportation, the impact related to the tire index appears under both the transportation and the land use sections because under transportation, obviously it relates to how the roadways operate. But under the land use chapter, we had evaluated that as a land use compatibility issue and how the project would affect the residential land uses that surround the property. And so then moving on with the master responses, master response 5 goes over a lot of other project alternatives that were studied. As Amy outlined, there was a set of project alternatives that we had evaluated at a preliminary level in the draft DIR, but then rejected them from further consideration because either they did not meet project objectives adequately or were determined to be infeasible or were determined to not be effective at reducing or avoiding the project's significant impacts. So all of these three topics that are listed on the slide were considered in the draft DIR, but had been rejected from more detailed consideration. And as Amy explained, we, based on the public comments and the direction we received from the Planning and Transportation Commission, we went back and looked at this no garage alternative in much more detail. We still reached the same conclusion that it would not avoid or reduce the project's significant impacts. We found that a project alternative needs to demonstrate consistency with the city's codes relating to parking. And so we had to find somewhere where that parking could go. And so the trade-off of not having a below grade garage is to then have surface parking within the project site. And we still ended up with, because of the way the campus is laid out, we found that the most logical place to put a surface parking lot was where the two houses on Emerson Street are today. So this no garage alternative would not retain the houses, and it would also not avoid the significant and unavoidable impact of adding traffic to Emerson Street. We looked at several different enrollment cap levels that were numbers that were suggested in some of the public comments. And as Amy mentioned in the draft DIR, we do have detailed analysis of two project alternatives that has a slightly lower enrollment cap than what was proposed. So I believe it was 506 students instead of 540. And again, we found that these alternatives would not be effective at avoiding the significant and unavoidable impact that we identified with the proposed project. And then finally, there were a lot of comments that suggested that either Castellea should relocate or should start a second campus and split their student body the way that a lot of other private schools have done. And those we had rejected for a number of reasons. They don't meet Castellea's project objectives or their operational model, at least a split campus doesn't. And then just the feasibility of being able to find another site that we could then do an environmental analysis of. We were not able to locate another property where Castellea could move their entire campus to. So master response number 6 goes a little bit more into detail in the land use and planning impacts that we found in the EIR. Those, as I've kind of overviewed already, they included the traffic tire index impact. We also had looked at the issues that would relate to aesthetics, noise, and special events. We found that aesthetics, as I said, would not have any significant impacts. Noise, we had found that there is a potentially significant impact related only to the loudspeaker system at the pool. And so mitigation measure 8A would avoid that that impact by ensuring that the loudspeaker system is designed to meet the city municipal code requirements related to noise. We also found that if the school were to increase the number of special events that are held, then that would also be considered a land use compatibility impact because it would increase annoyance and disturbance to the neighbors. And again, this relates back to the discussion at the beginning of my presentation relating to what the baseline condition is. And as I've mentioned, we look at what is currently happening, what are the current operational characteristics of a land use, and how would those change over time. And so mitigation measure 4A reduces the number of special events compared to what's currently happening. And that is why we concluded that it would be a less than significant impact. With respect to the traffic impact, we did identify mitigation measure 7A, which simply stipulates that the proposed enhancements to the TDM plan would have to be implemented. And so that helps to reduce some of the traffic impacts, but it was not enough to bring that tire index impact down to a less than significant level. The master response on land use and planning also discusses these other topics that I've listed here, the floor area ratio, again, aesthetics, housing, special events, and noise and construction. Master Response 7 relates to tree impacts and mitigation. It provides a discussion of how the tree protection plan had been updated compared to what we had evaluated under the draft DIR. And we have a detailed table that shows some of the trees that were on site that were evaluated originally have already died or have been relocated, removed. Some of the street trees had been removed by the city in the interim. So we have a detailed table there so that you can track exactly what's happened to every tree and where a change was made for between the site plans that were evaluated in the draft EIR and the site plans that are provided in the final EIR with respect to trees that might be removed or relocated. Another issue that's discussed in Master Response 7 is tree canopy. So there's a whole set of trees on the site that are not regulated under the city's tree preservation regulations because they are not street trees and they are not coast live oak or coast redwoods that meet the city's size criteria, or they're a different species altogether. And so we talked in the Master Response about the fact that this mitigation measure 4B requires that even when it's a non-regulated tree that needs to be removed, there is a requirement to do replanting to ensure that there's no net loss of tree canopy over time. And so then we also did some updates to mitigation measure 4B to make it a little bit more clear and more closely tied to the tree technical manual and some of the procedures and monitoring and reporting requirements that are already expressed in the tree technical manual. So we brought them into the mitigation measure to make it more comprehensive so that as the project, if the project were to be approved and construction proceeds, then city staff have an easier time of making sure that that the actual construction and development plans are consistent both with the mitigation measure and the tree technical manual. Master Response 8 relates to aesthetics. Again, there's a discussion in there about the baseline conditions being the starting point from evaluating those impacts. We discuss, there's a discussion in the Master Response that really mirrors the one that's already in the draft EIR, just evaluating the changes in views of the site from each of the 4 frontages around the site. So there's a very easy, sort of discussion, and you can track as you were to walk around the perimeter of the campus, how would those views change? Again, tree canopy and landscaping was a key issue for the aesthetics. And then light and glare was also addressed in the draft EIR and in the aesthetics master response. We made one change to mitigation measure 5A as part of the final EIR preparation, which was to add a performance standard that's based directly on city on the municipal code regarding how lighting needs to be managed so that it doesn't spill over onto adjacent properties. The next master response addresses historic resources. So we have a description in there recognizing that the only historic resources within the site are the administration and chapel building, and that the project would not have adverse effects on those structures. There are some modifications needed to the administration building, as Amy explained, because of the removal of the Rhodes Hall, which is, touches the building and is connected to the building. So when that's demolished, that facade that would then be exposed needs to be refinished. But the project plans have been proposed to be consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards, which ensures that there would not be an adverse effect to that historic resource. We also discussed in the master response and the draft EIR the Lockheed House. That house was subjected to a review to consider whether or not it would constitute a historic resource, because it's certainly old enough to be considered a historic resource. But the degree of modifications and alterations that have been made to the building over time and to the setting around the building, the building itself, the front of that house faces what used to be Melville Avenue, which does not exist anymore. So there's a number of different changes and modifications that have been made that render that building no longer eligible for listing as a historic resource. And then we also, in the master response, address some of the public comments that had come in, which were two members of the public had suggested that there may be a historic district that surrounds the campus. In terms of the neighborhood that surrounds the campus contains a lot of buildings that are at least 45 or 50 years old, which is the threshold at which point you start looking to see whether it might be a historic resource. And so that master response goes into detail, responding to those comments and concerns as to why that's not considered to be a historic district at this time. I think we just have 3 more master responses to get through, so I'm almost done. The next master response is on vehicle transportation. And this one, it's important to understand that there was a change made to the CEQA statute and the CEQA guidelines in the middle of the process of preparing this EIR. And that is to say that we may no longer use level of service, which is a measurement of vehicle or a roadway congestion, as a CEQA impact. We may not find any level of service issues to constitute a significant impact under CEQA. So that required a change to the draft EIR to remove the conclusions that we had reached regarding level of service. However, that's still an important issue for the city to consider, so it's considered a local effect under the city's policy that was adopted recently relating to how transportation impacts need to be evaluated moving forward. And then the VMT stands for vehicle miles traveled. That is what the new requirement is under this change in the CEQA statute and guidelines. However, there was a timeline established when that wording was added to CEQA. And so the way that this project fell in between the 2 thresholds, and the city had not adopted any VMT standards at the time the draft EIR was published. So that's why these new standards are also not applicable to the project or to the EIR analysis. So what we do have, though, is the analysis based on the tire index, as we've discussed before, and then alternative travel modes, so transit, pedestrian, and bicycle transportation. And we found, as I've mentioned, we found a significant impact under the original project relating to the tire index, and no significant impacts under the project alternative relating to the tire index. And under both versions, we did not find any significant impacts to bicycle, pedestrian, or transit transportation. So, as I mentioned earlier as well, mitigation measure 7A provides a description and a requirement for Castellea to implement an enhanced transportation demand management plan. Some of the change, we had added some text to that mitigation measure as part of preparation of the final EIR to really clarify how that measure would be implemented. We have expressed performance standards that the TDM plan must meet. Even though the TDM plan doesn't commit Castellea to any specific measure to reduce traffic, it provides a long menu of options that can be used. What we've done by adding the performance standards is saying this is how the city will know if it is being implemented in the way that was intended, and if they are hitting their targets. And so we've also outlined some implementation procedures so that the city can be assured that the process is moving the way that was defined, and then a series of monitoring and reporting requirements so that the city can have a mechanism by which you constantly verifying that the TDM measures are being implemented correctly. And then finally, some enforcement measures and penalty measures to identify what would happen if those targets are not being met. So then our next master response focused on bicycle and pedestrian safety. We reviewed some of the existing traffic volumes. We reviewed data regarding bicycle safety in the vicinity of the project. We discussed the potential conflicts with bicycle safety during construction and during regular operations of the campus, and identified why those impacts would remain less than significant. And then we addressed some of the mitigation measures that have been suggested in the public comments received on the draft EIR. So I've listed those 4 key mitigation measures that were suggested here. One was to have staggered start times, which is already part of the mitigation measure 7A. Another was about having a crossing guard to help make sure that bicyclists moving across the school's driveways are not are not in danger. And we discussed it through the active traffic management plan that Castellea proposes for the parking garage, that would be feasible to implement as within that context. And then there were comments that suggested using a dispersed drop-off and pickup system would help to reduce traffic concentration and therefore improve safety, especially on Bryant Street. And as you know, that is now part of the project alternative that is being considered. And then finally, there were commenters that had suggested that the city should require Castellea to install a bicycle lane on Embarcadero. And we discussed in the master response why that would not be an appropriate mitigation measure under CEQA, because we did not find that there was a significant impact on Embarcadero that this mitigation would then address. And so therefore there's no nexus by which the city can require that type of an improvement. So then master response 12 addresses the garage circulation. And so this is, there was a lot of concern and questions about just how would traffic be managed using that garage. And so that master response provides a detailed explanation of how Castellea proposes to use their staff to ensure that traffic is moved smoothly through the garage, and that students are, picked up in a sort of a logical fashion using radio communications and staff, some staff that are going to direct traffic and some staff that would direct pedestrian traffic, to make sure that there's safety and that there is a smooth process by which drop off and pickup occurs. We had, in the draft EIR, had identified that the garage operations would require folks to move fairly efficiently in and out of their cars. And so that we had said that a 14-second drop off, allowing 14 seconds per person to drop off was necessary. And so that was something that a lot of folks had questioned how reasonable it was to assume that was going to, that 14 seconds was a reasonable amount of time. And so W-Trans did some additional studies as part of preparation of the final EIR to get data to ensure that was a reasonable estimation. And that's what's referred to in the final EIR as the wheel stop time. So the amount of time that one car is stopped while loading or unloading their passengers. So the master response also discusses queuing. There were a lot of concerns that the garage would be so slow, the operations through the garage would be so slow that there would be a large queue of cars extending out onto Bryant Street and even onto Embarcadero Road. And so the master response, as well as the draft EIR, demonstrate that was not expected to happen. There's an adequate space within the project site to handle the queues that are expected to build up. There would be queuing at Emerson Street, waiting to turn right onto Embarcadero under the proposed project, the original project, but that would not be an issue under the project alternative. And then there were questions about how emergency response could be accomplished if there was a medical emergency, say, in the garage. And so that's also addressed in the master response. And then our final master response, number 13, is regarding noise. There were a lot of detailed questions about some of the terminology that was used and some of the methodology that was used. And so this master response goes into more detail than we had done in the draft DIR about how that noise analysis was conducted. It was prepared, the analysis was prepared by a consultant who worked on behalf of Castellea earlier in their process to help them make sure that they were getting a good design of the project. And then that was subject to peer review by the noise specialists in-house at DUDAC, so that we were verifying that that was a, that reasonable methodology and analysis was conducted. The noise analysis considers special events, primarily looking at the events that are outdoors held on the circle, and it relied on data gathered during the Gator Gathering, which is the largest and sort of noisiest of those outdoor special events. So we used that as the benchmark and evaluated what noise levels would occur for residents that surround the property during an event such as that. Similarly, we looked at the pool noise. The project and the project alternative proposed to place the pool 15 feet below the elevation of Emerson Street, and then to have a 6-foot tall sound wall along Emerson Street. And so we looked at whether or not that would be effective at keeping the noise levels from pool activities at a reasonable level and consistent with the city municipal code. And we found that that would be the case, even considering the noise that's made by spectators. But the one issue that the data is not available to evaluate is whether the noise from the loudspeakers would be compliant with municipal code. And that is why we have mitigation measure 8A to ensure that there are performance standards expressed in that mitigation measure. So when the loudspeaker system is designed, it must be shown to meet those performance standards. And then we would know that the impact would remain less than significant because the noise levels would be consistent with the city requirements. And then similarly, we looked at project construction. As everyone's aware, construction can generate a lot of noise and be an annoyance. And so we have a detailed analysis in the draft DIR and in the master response about the typical noise levels during construction, the projected noise levels with, specific to the site conditions at this particular project site. And then we identify several different mechanisms by which those noise levels can be controlled to ensure compliance with the city's construction noise standards. So that was our final master response. As I said at the beginning, we had, well, I guess I forgot to mention that part. We have also, following the master responses, our detailed responses to each individual comment. So a comment letter was assigned a label and is bracketed so that you can see how we broke down each comment letter into its individual discrete comments. And we have a direct response to each of those. Where we could, we referred back to the master responses rather than repeating a lot of information, although there were a lot of individual comments that were not captured within the master responses. So those got a detailed, dedicated response where it was warranted under CEQA. And I believe that wraps up my presentation, Amy, so I will hand it back over to you. And as I said, I did go over things, rather broadly, and I'm of course happy to answer questions throughout the rest of the hearing.
Thank you. I have just a solid slide to put up, and I'm going to do that now, just to help the commission. Let's see if I can share my screen, share screen. And it would be this one. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, so this, shoot. Sorry.
Well, I might suggest, Amy, we'll have the commissioners to have, I believe, their comments. Is that what you wanted to do, Chair Templeton?
Did we want to see the applicant's presentation first?
Yes, you are correct. So just as maybe an interim, just to remind the commission that these are what we'll be focusing on. We'll switch the applicant's presentation, and then we'll come back to the commissioners for questions before going to public comment. And then just for the Castellia folks, just to ensure that everybody you need is on this call as a panelist and nobody is in the attendees area. We would ask that anybody that's affiliated with Castellia in terms of a party would speak now during this time. So any of the staff that you have employed for this or consultants. So do you have, Nancy, everybody you need currently as a panelist? Are you able to see them here?
I'm just looking, let's see. I have Adam, correct? Sorry, let me just go to the gallery view here and I'll see everybody. I can't really do that. Do we have everybody? Somebody's texting me, so I think then I'll know.
Ms. Kaufman, if you're able to see the list of panelists, of participants, if you click on that and you see on the panelist side, that might be easier than the gallery view, which might have to page through.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it looks like we have everybody.
Great. And then I'm not sure who's driving for you, but if they go to when they share their screen, if they go to the top under display settings, they should be able to go into presentation view.
Have you got that, Adam?
Here we go. 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and share.
All right.
Okay.
All right, and are we ready for me to kick it off, Adam?
Yep. Let's see.
Great. Good evening, members of the commission and the public. Thank you all for being here. I'm Nancy Kaufman, a Castellia neighbor and a homeowner for more than 20 years and the head of Castellia School for the last 10. Castellia has been part of the educational fabric of Palo Alto for over 110 years. And with this longevity comes classrooms built in the 1960s. Teaching, learning, and environmental concerns have all changed dramatically since then. And our campus is therefore in dire need of modernization to meet today's educational needs and tomorrow's safety and sustainability standards. At the same time, in the wake of growing demand for an all-girls education, we are seeking a new CUP to gradually increase enrollment to 540 students. We have always known that a proposal to modernize our campus and gradually grow enrollment must be informed by the key principle of reducing the school's impact on our neighborhood. These objectives remain at the core of our planning. As we contemplate moving forward with our project, we commit to adherence to the mitigations and traffic standards established in the EIR and acknowledge that we will be closely monitored. As part of the Palo Alto landscape, Castellia provides benefits to our community. We share resources and facilities with surrounding schools, including Palo Alto High School and Brentwood School in East Palo Alto. Our students actively engage with Ada's Cafe, the VA Hospital, and many other local nonprofits. And as alums, they return to our community as doctors, teachers, and public servants. Over the past 5 years, Castellia has participated in over 50 large and small meetings with neighbors. The goal was always to gather feedback, seek consensus, even when neighbors' priorities shifted, and ultimately to improve our campus in a way that complements the neighborhood and reduces impact. We are very proud that the FEIR finds our alternative to be the environmentally superior project as it relates to aesthetics, sound, traffic, and tree preservation. For all these reasons, we'd like to proceed with project alternative number 4 as our project. And on behalf of students, educators, and alumni, I ask for the PTC's support in our endeavor. Thank you very much. And I'll send it over to you, Adam.
All right. Great. Thank you, Nancy. I'm Adam Waltag, design partner with WRNS Studio. Good evening, and thank you so much for your time and consideration. We look forward to hearing your comments and questions. And in an effort to help answer those questions, we do have some panelists here, some folks to help address those. From the school, we have Nancy Kaufman, Kathy Landecker, and Mindy Romanowski. We also have Mike Bellinger, our landscape architect from Bellinger Foster Steinmetz, and a traffic engineer, Robert Eccles from Fair and Pierce. So let's begin with a view of the existing campus looking southeast. As you can see, the red contiguous roof of the existing 2- and 3-story classroom building that joins with the historic gun building and wraps the edge of campus along Bryant and Kellogg, opening the campus up to the south towards Emerson. And a view of the proposed campus design. Some of the highlights here about the approach that tries to balance and distribute the campus porosity to the surrounding neighborhood. You're going to see on the left side there, the liberated historic gun building, marking the prime campus entry point, as it does today. This page shows 3 diagrams that compare the existing and proposed building footprint and height. The left diagram looks at the building footprints. Orange indicates the existing footprint, and the green, the proposed. Note that they roughly overlap. The proposed overall building footprint is redistributed to make for a more contiguous campus, better educational environments, a more sustainable design, and a better neighbor for the community. Key note too, that the actual overall proposed footprint is less than the existing footprint today. On the lower right illustrates our proposed roof line is lower than the existing. And in fact, our design does not take full advantage of the city's allowance for rooftop mechanical equipment, which we think is a great thing, as it does reduce the impact on the surrounding neighborhood. So we'd like to discuss alternative number 4, proposal, and focus on a few key design elements. As you can see here in our original submitted campus plan on the left, we have received comments which we have responded to in the alternative number 4 campus plan. And I'll take a few minutes here to point out some of the 5 key changes that were addressed earlier in an earlier presentation. The garage footprint in the proposed in blue has been reduced from the dashed orange outline by almost 13,000 square feet. And this smaller garage footprint has allowed us to preserve the 2 houses along Emerson that are owned by the school, as well as reduce the impact to existing on-site trees, resulting in 11 fewer trees removed and 5 fewer that need to be relocated. With some subtle shifts in the massing and some interior replanning, and the introduction of an additional campus pedestrian entry has allowed us to keep the existing Kellogg drop-off that supports an overall distributed drop-off and pickup strategy. Traffic engineers have studied the impact of this distributed model and concluded that a distributed approach, as is the current practice, is superior to a consolidated model where all the traffic is funneled through the garage. This approach mitigates the traffic impacts identified in the draft EIR. This approach has also minimized the impacts of curb cuts along streets with vehicular egress and ingress. These results, the current curb cuts are now thoughtfully organized and carefully organized to ensure for safety. Key to this design is that service and trash and loading have been moved inboard, away from the street, and dropped below grade to reduce the impact on the neighborhood. And these curb cuts, again, are part of an overall strategy that does integrate bus, bike, pedestrian access. So let's look at that for a moment here. Starting with vehicular circulation, this map illustrates the distributed approach I spoke of earlier. As is the case now, during drop-off and pickup times of the day, there will be a campus attendant on the street to ensure that the process is managed safely and efficiently. Bus circulation is moved from the street to the center of campus around that circle for pickup and drop-off, and we think this is a much safer approach, and again, reduces impact of noise and congestion on the neighborhood. Dedicated bike paths outlined in green are carefully designed to avoid conflict with vehicles and pedestrians, with access from Kellogg and Emerson streets. One thing to note here is that the campus is increasing short-term and long-term bike parking. So this is an integral part of the next stage of the campus design. Pedestrian paths in yellow have been coordinated with proposed bike paths for safety with a proposed widening of segments of sidewalk to allow for more safe integration of bike and pedestrian movements. Looking at a surface parking, this is a map that indicates in those red dots all the surface parking stalls currently located on campus, total of 88. And this map of the proposed design illustrates the reduction of surface parking spaces to 26. So less surface parking lot area and less cars on display for the neighborhood. So with that, at this time, I'd like to turn this over to Robert Eccles, a traffic consultant, to discuss some of the traffic analysis.
So I'm Robert Eccles. I'm a principal at Fair and Piers, and we're a transportation engineering and planning firm. We've actually worked with the school since 2012 in terms of transportation matters, and we also do biannual monitoring every spring and fall for the school. I think Amy and Catherine have really presented some of the features behind the alternative 4 plan. And what this figure is trying to do is trying to kind of give a better idea of how the existing campus operates, what had been the original plan for the master plan, and then what we've come back to in some senses is the distributed system that you see on the right. In the original plan, we were really looking to try to minimize how many vehicles kind of got into the neighborhood, and so we were trying to focus on getting trips off of Embarcadero, through the garage and back to Embarcadero. Unfortunately, this resulted in the tire impact in that section between Melville and Embarcadero on Emerson. And so again, thinking through how we could kind of bring this back and distribute the different loading areas, we went back to the three areas that you're seeing now, and that has mitigated the tire impact. So again, you can kind of see how we reduce. In the original plan, we were trying to reduce some of the trips on Kellogg and Bryant, and in this case, we've kind of come back to where we were in the beginning. Okay, Adam.
Thanks, Robert. So just to note that this project's sustainable goals are aligned with the city's sustainability and climate action plan, where we are focused on resource efficiency, the use of healthy materials, and a commitment to eliminating fossil fuels. And this has guided our design approach of 3 floors of academic program, 1 below grade and 2 above, that are connected together through day-lit teaching and gathering spaces and landscape elements to ensure an experience of comfort, health, and delight. Skylights, covered teaching patios, sunken gardens, and the use of interior clear stories will help ensure good daylight penetration at every floor in an effort to create a welcoming environment and reduce overall energy needs. Windows and exterior covered walkways and teaching spaces bring the outdoors in, connecting teachers, students, and staff to nature. This is a building cross-section that illustrates, along with some of the program richness, the various daylighting strategies and indoor-outdoor opportunities we are employing to bring natural light into every possible space, and especially that lower level. It also helps describe our use of dowel laminated timber structural system, or DLT, that affords for a thinner floor and roof section and reduced overall building height. The school has also taken great care in locating program below grade to the lower level. So these are types of programs that might have an impact acoustically on the neighbors. So spaces like band and choral and their rehearsal spaces, mechanical rooms, loading, delivery, service, trash, recycling, and the pool, all are located at that lower level. Also take note that the design incorporates the use of a hydronic mechanical system that significantly reduces the amount of rooftop HVAC equipment. And this is a section through the upper school hub space, which is really their living room, that illustrates how we are approaching maximizing daylight benefit through glass curtain walls and skylights into that lower garden level. This slide just graphically illustrates our sustainability approach, which can be summarized that everything is working together: walls, roofs, everything, landscape, everything has a purpose to try to get to those sustainability goals. So they look the way they do and they feel the way they do because they're doing something very, very important. As do the edges of the campus that face the neighborhood, where they address entry, acoustics, safety, security, service access, stormwater, and beauty. So as an example, in our roof design here highlights the daylighting opportunities you see in yellow and the energy generation, the photovoltaics in blue, and is reflective of our desire for a design that works toward net zero energy. And in response to the neighborhood and context that surrounds the campus, we began by really understanding the campus, walking it, and also walking the neighborhood, which is an absolutely beautiful place, and looking closely at the street elevations. And as we study those relationships of the homes and the spaces between those homes, the textures, solid and void, building surface to open space, accent and element, and the cadence of glazing at a residential scale. We looked at the roof height and roof line of the neighborhood and the overall comprehensive texture of the street. And we layered this into how we might approach each campus street edge, not as a singular gesture, but taking into account how landscape and the existing street trees comprise the whole experience. So we'll now walk quickly around the campus and look at some of the proposed building elevations with trees on and with trees off, starting with Bryant, then Emerson, and then Kellogg.
A quick time check. You have 1 minute left.
Oh, I'll rip through this as quickly as I can here. So this is the corner of the Embarcadero and Bryant, before and after proposed. Bryant Street view with trees. Emerson Avenue view with trees. The Kellogg Avenue view with trees. And just a diagram here that shows we're really taking care on the longest project elevation to look at ways to break that up into different ways so it doesn't have the full impact of the full length of Kellogg. Our material palette, we think, is a natural and robust one that draws from the history of campus, as well as picking up on cues of the neighborhood. And our approach to the design of an entry, the new proposed entry off of Kellogg at the existing drop-off. And the deep express roof eave of the second floor recessed planter box at the Emerson corner entry. And the existing view of campus edge at Melville before and after. You see the garage entry there at the Melville intersection. So briefly touching on landscape, we're really striving to reduce irrigation demands through turf replacement. So the landscape character would be more native inside at the perimeter of the campus. All the proposed planning will be California natives with a dominant regional native focus. And the site perimeter will be working with us to handle most of our stormwater, as well as the interior campus through bioswales and flow through planters. This map illustrates our tree protection approach for alternative number 4. And key to note here is the number of trees that are being removed, you see in red, and very few of them are on the outside of the campus perimeter. And this map illustrates our proposed tree plan, highlighting the trees to be added and relocated. Key here is that we're adding 50% more trees that are currently there. A few site sections that show that we're using topography to help with our stormwater management and create screens between the sidewalk and the building. And our design pulls from a regional planning selections that we think are beautiful, resilient, and will grow really well here. And finally, this brings nature into the overall campus experience of Castellea. It's an opportunity provides a rich landscape to support an educational and infrastructural model and tells a valuable story about this place, our climate, and is central to the core values of Castellea. Thank you. That's the end of our presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Anything else from staff before we move it to commissioners?
No, Chair, the floor is yours.
Okay, so commissioners, if you have clarifying questions, please raise your hand now and we'll get to you in order. All right, Vice Chair Rupavar.
Just a quick clarifying question for Dudek or whomever. I know you guys are proposing 90 additional special events. How many are you currently allowed to have? I missed that. I couldn't find it. Ms. Law?
Just while
Catherine,
you're
you're on
on
mute.
mute.
Yes, sorry. Thank you. I noticed that. So the campus currently has about 100 special events per year, and that's documented in the land use discussion in the final EIR. The conditional use permit does not specify a certain number that are allowed. It says there's 5 major events per year that are allowed, and the proposal is to continue those 5. And then the conditional use permit says several other events per year, and then lists a long list of the types of those other special events, but does not specify.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it looks like Commissioner Suma is next, followed by Commissioner Heckman.
Okay, I hope this is a clarifying question, but I have 2, I guess. And one is for, and thank you everyone for your presentations. And one is for staff. On slide 37 of staff's presentation, there was a statement about the gross floor area and the underground floor area, and it said precedent to the right. And I was wondering if staff could expand on the underground area and how it's counted. And if that's too much for a clarifying question.
I can put up a
that's fine.
slide for that, the underground garage.
Can you repeat that, Commissioner Suma?
I think it's slide 37.
Okay, this is a slide about the underground garage that wasn't in the slide deck, but if you wanted to get into underground garage discussion, we have this.
Okay, that's not the slide I was thinking of. It's the slide that says precedent on it. I believe it was 37. And I believe it was referring to, well, if staff could clarify this, because it's pretty, the counting of the below grade is pretty confusing, to be honest. Yeah, precedent. That's what I was looking for.
So yes, we, if I'm not on mute, the project does rely on several sections of code. These are the codes that talk about replacement of non-complying facilities. And then we have this maximum floor area ratio code. And this here says precedent subterranean garage, not gross floor area, and precedent. So there's both code and precedent here. And so I thought I could bring up some slides about the garage because we anticipated there would be questions about this, if this is the right time.
That would be great if it's the right time. And if we want to get into this later, that's fine also, whatever.
I think it's fine to ask this question now. It is on the technical side, and this is a good way to make sure that we go into our public comments really well informed on this. You know, the discussion and analysis of how you may want to respond to that, I think we should hold off until the next section, if that's okay, Commissioner Suma.
Sure.
So this is a slide about underground parking. Both the project and project alternative, of course, feature an underground parking lot. The public comment has raised a couple of issues. And this is, you know, can we have a parking garage underground? And yes, we have, you know, these responses to that. We do allow placement below grade unless the code specifically prohibits it. And then these code sections don't apply to non-residential uses. And then, you know, this is really your question, Commissioner Suma, is should it be counted as gross floor area? And that is, you know, we find that this is not covered parking, carport, or garage, and it more fits the definition of basement. You know, this has some more code sections regarding that, if we want to go down that path for discussion. You know, there are some limitations on underground parking in single family, for single family uses. And then this is the question that you asked about gross floor area. So carports and garages are included in gross floor area. And, this is really what this code section says. And then we have a private garage that, basements are not included in gross floor area as long as these conditions are in play. So it's not habitable space. It's, for parking for the conditionally permitted use. And we do have some other precedents in the R1 zone districts that have below grade garage for a conditionally permitted use.
Do you have a list of those available, or?
Well, the one in most recent memory is the religious institution in the R1, and this came through the architectural review process some years ago on Manuela. So that's one that's most recent.
There was sort of an indication that there were others. Is there a situation that's like this where the same one project and one parcel is having underground garage assessed in sort of 3 different ways as to floor area, because the classrooms are not counting as floor area because we're relying on basements under the footprint of a house of residences in R1 not counting, which makes sense. And then the portions of the basements under the school classrooms that are not counted as floor area, the portions that extend beyond the footprint are being counted as floor area. So that's 2 ways. And then the parking garage, I think you said you were considering it a basement, but it's a parking garage, is not being counted. So that all seemed pretty confusing to me and not very like the situation at Colameth for a precedent, which I think is the one you're referring to on Manuela, only because the use is surprisingly different. Being a religious institution, it's not used as heavily every day as this is. And it only has a parking garage underneath it. And it doesn't have the other uses that are also subterranean. So I was just wanting to try to understand that.
So I'm just going to jump in here. I think, Ms. French has presented staff's staff's view of this, and I think, this is an area where we recognize that the commissioners and council members may disagree with staff's interpretation of the code. So,
Okay.
you're certainly welcome to, get into that. I think that's probably more appropriate in the discussion portion of this, though.
That's fine. That's fine with me. And I had another question, and that was about, and maybe this is one you can help us with, Mr. Yang, and that was at the ARB meeting, which I listened to, and then in a letter from the attorney for the resident neighbor group, there's a strong argument being made there for recirculating the EIR. And I don't know if you want to get into this now, it's just a question, or if you would also like to discuss that in the discussion time. And the benefits maybe of recirculating it rather than getting into some sort of legal delay between the 2 parties.
Sure. So I can just express, that our office has reviewed this issue, and we don't believe that recirculation is required under CEQA. Recirculation is typically appropriate when you have newly disclosed significant impacts. And in our view, nothing in the final EIR represented a new significant impact that was not previously disclosed and discussed. So, that's that's, I guess, the approach we're taking on this formal question of should this document be recirculated under CEQA. It doesn't mean that we are not accepting comments on the final EIR. I mean, we have right now a hearing, we have several more hearings planned over the coming months where, we are soliciting public comments on all of these issues. And I imagine those comments are going to weigh into the Planning Commission, the ARB, and the City Council's decisions. So,
would that also, if we recirculated it just to keep things moving along, and I don't know anything, but just wondering about what the response might be, since it was a fairly strong request. Would it also give us an opportunity to get the VMT analysis? I was not aware before we had the consultant from DUDEC that we didn't do the VMT analysis because it kind of fell between the cracks in the timeline. Would that also be a benefit of recirculating, or does staff not feel that way?
So I don't think that we have a reason to recirculate, and I'm not sure we would have a basis to require VMT, as this draft EIR was published before the city adopted VMT standards, and that's kind of the time frame that we would look at. When was the draft EIR published? So it's not about whether it is circulated again at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. I'd like to welcome and acknowledge that Commissioner Riggs has joined us. Commissioner Riggs, we did a round of disclosures before we began this presentation. Would you like to share your disclosures now?
Yeah, sure. And I'm sorry, I teach on Wednesday, every other Wednesday, so I apologize. I was teaching the next generation of planners, and I don't have. Yeah, I don't have anything to disclose. I didn't meet with the applicant, and I also reviewed the staff presentation, so I'm pretty caught up.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioners, please raise your hand. I believe Commissioner Hackman was next.
Yes, thank you. And this is a technical question for staff, and it really is tangentially related to this recirculation issue. I just want to check my understanding of the public's opportunities to comment orally or in writing on the final EIR. My impression, and I'd like, I'll state my understanding, and then staff can tell me if I'm missing something or if I've got it right. So in addition to the opportunity to comment orally tonight, and I think I see 105 participants, so I think we have quite a few members of the public that are going to make comment tonight. We are having at least one more public hearing here at the PTC, one or possibly two, and however many we have, the public can comment orally on the FEIR at those. In addition to our hearings, the ARB held one last week where members of the public commented, and they've continued to a date uncertain. But whenever it is they reconvene, and however many hearings they have, the public can comment orally on the FEIR at those. Then additionally, in September, the HRB is meeting, and at that meeting, the public can comment orally on those. And only after all three of these committees have finished their meetings, each of which will culminate in some recommendation to the council, then it goes to council, and the public can comment orally on the FEIR at that hearing or series of hearings. While theoretically, I guess it's possible this could get to the council in maybe October, I don't see it realistically getting there till at least November. And so during that entire time from, I think this FEIR was made publicly available on July 30th, up through October, November, whenever it gets to council, and really they make a final decision, the public can comment without limitation in writing. Do I have all of that right?
I believe so. I'll ask if Mr. Yang or Ms. French want to comment on that.
Yeah, that's correct. We have many public hearings planned that will all be opportunities for public to comment. And of course, they can submit their comments in writing at any time until the city council makes a final decision.
Is it just to jump in here and clarify, if we complete public comment tonight and continue to another meeting and don't have new information in the staff report between now and that meeting, we would not open public comment again, is that correct?
Yeah, that is something that's in the discretion of the chair of any board or commission of the council. And that's probably appropriate if the reason it's continued is that, we didn't actually get a chance for the commissioners to weigh in because of the length of, the presentations and public comment.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Heckman?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, last call for Commissioner clarifying questions. Okay, I promised I would be better about breaks. We are about to go into probably 2 hours of public comment. I would be all right with everyone to take a 5 to 7 minute break right now, refill your waters and get ready for, okay, I'm seeing a lot of nodding, get ready for our public comment. Public commenters, I assume Mr. Nguyen will also take a break, but we're going to have to do a little bit of organizing when we get back, just to make sure that we know who's grouping together, who wants to speak individually and things like that. So just hang tight. We'll be back. It is 8 p.m. right now. We will reconvene.
Yes, I am here.
Excellent. So about how many groups do we have?
Right now we have 4 groups who will be pulling their time to 4 different spokesperson.
Okay, and are all of those group members raising their hands?
I believe so. Let's take a quick look. Okay. Tonight we have Veronica Dow here to help us facilitate public comments.
Thank you, Veronica.
Veronica will display a list of speakers in order of when they raise their hands, and I will be calling on people to speak in that order.
Okay, I need to know how many people, what I'm trying to determine is if we have 4 groups of 5, that's 20 of our 52 people, if they're all raising their hands. And that would change the number of individual speakers we have. So I'm just trying to determine the number of individual speakers.
Mm-hmm.
Can we somehow highlight which of the members are speaking as groups in this list, or are we just going to handle that as we encounter the spokesperson?
Whatever you like. Each group has a different number of people actually, and I can read off the names and check to see if they're all here.
Could we do that? Could we have a sub-bullet list, Veronica, if you're able to do that? Thank you so much for helping us out tonight. For the known spokespeople, if we can group their
Yes, and Veronica does have that list as well. So if
Okay.
you can pull out that list and see, you can check with your list. First of all, Veronica, can you scroll down to the bottom of your list to see how many people you have, to see if it matches up what we currently have? It looks like more people have been raising their hand in the last minute and a half.
I think we only have 2 more raised hands and we have people on the list. So we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, definitely keeping track of it. Thank you for that. Okay, so I'm trying to decide if we want to go down to 2 minutes. I think we do, just otherwise we may be here very, very late.
Commissioner, I'm happy to make a motion to do that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was a little late coming back with my kids' bedtime.
No worries.
So,
we're just organizing right now. So
I would be happy to make a motion if that would be amenable to you.
I'm not sure we need a motion.
Yeah, I don't think we need to do, but if it's something you wanted to do as chair.
What I'd like to do is just get a sense from the other commissioners, if you'd be comfortable going down to 2 minutes for the individual comments. You can just raise your hand on the Zoom if you agree with that. Okay, so I see Commissioner Heckman, Commissioner Rupavar, Commissioner Riggs. Okay, anyone? Commissioner Altek is saying yes. Who have we not heard from? Commissioner Lowing and Commissioner Suma, are you okay with that? Given that we're over 50 now? Okay, okay, great.
I'm probably the only one that's not okay, but if you guys are all, majority of us are comfortable. I think this is such an important project, and I think we're planning on continuing this anyway. And I don't know, it just seems very important to let the public have their time to speak.
I agree. It's important to let the public have their time to speak. I think it's also important to be respectful of all the other speakers and make sure that we have a chance to get to everyone. So what we'll do then is we will ask members of the public to keep it to 2 minutes. If you need to go over to finish your sentence, that's always permissible. We do have many groups that are going to be grouping their comments together into groups of 10 minutes. I believe we've got 4 of those as well. So I believe that everybody will have a chance to get heard. So thank you for the discussion on that, and let's get started. Just one clarifying note, if you are on this list, but you gave your time to another speaker, you'll need to notify us of that at the time that your name is called. You won't get 2 bites at the apple on this one. Okay, thank you very much.
Perhaps, Chair, maybe that's as we go down the list in numerical order. So for example, if the first speaker was part of the second speaker's group, that person could just say, I'm part of Tom Kemp's group. And then they would just be done and we would know to kind of match those people together.
I like that.
Otherwise, another way to do it would be to start with the groups, but this way at least it starts with people's order of when they raise their hand, and kind of whoever raised their hand first at least gets to go first, if that's okay.
I think that's fine. If you're part of a group and you're not the speaker for your group, you may notice the staff that you defer your time to whoever that person is, and then we will be able to keep track of all of that. So thank you for that suggestion, Assistant Director Tanner. All right, let's begin public comment now. Thank you.
Okay, our first speaker will be, and actually before I begin, I want to preemptively apologize if I mispronounce anyone's name tonight. Our first speaker will be Anna Kocher. Anna, if you can please unmute yourself from your end. You should get a prompt asking yourself to unmute, and you may share your comments.
Hi, actually my name is Cindy Chen and my family lives in on Emerson Street near Castellea. And I just want to make sure it's working. Okay, hi, my name is Cindy Chen and my family lives on Emerson Street near Castellea. Although my 2 daughters attend Castellea, keeping our neighborhood safe and maintaining a neighborhood feel are very important to us. I think it is possible to be both a Castellea parent and a concerned neighbor. Last year, when I attended the commission meeting, some of the opponents' concerns resonated with me as a neighbor. Knowing Nancy Kaufman and her leadership team, I was confident that they would methodically address each concern. After several months of work, these resolutions are reflected in the final environmental impact report. For examples, instead of traffic flowing onto Emerson Street, Castellea is moving to a distributive drop-off using current patterns to avoid traffic impacts. And Castellea is preserving 2 homes on Emerson Street to provide much needed housing and protect the neighborhood feel. I really appreciate how Nancy and her team have continuously been a good partner and have modified plans in response. Modernizing the campus is a long process. I have complete confidence that Castellea will continue to be a good neighbor as demonstrated by their actions. Thank you so much for listening to our comments.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Tom Kemp. Tom, if you can please unmute yourself from your computer and you may speak.
Hi, commissioners. Thank you for having the public comment. So my name is Tom Kemp. I live in Midtown. I've been here for over 20 years. My 3 kids went to Ohlone. My son just graduated from Palo, and I have a daughter that graduated from Castee and one that is currently there. I live about a block away from Ohlone, and at Ohlone, we went through, number 1, a significant increase in attendance with the Mandarin immersion. Number 2, significant construction with the addition of a 2-story building. And number 3, the reduction of Lewis to 1 lane each. And we now have painted fish on our crosswalks. But after all that, Midtown is as vibrant as ever, as is the neighborhood within 1 to 2 blocks of Ohlone. So maybe there's a lesson to learn in the case of what happened with Ohlone that we could apply to Castellea. I would like to speak in support of Castellea's project alternative, known as Alternative 4. This is an alternative to Castellea's original project. It has a smaller garage and it recommends distributing drop-off pickup around the campus rather than channeling all drop-offs through the garage like their original project recommended. Most significantly, this project alternative has no significant and unavoidable impacts according to the report, and is the superior alternative for the PTC, you folks, to consider. So I'm very pleased that this plan, and again, being very familiar with the public school and also Castellea, this plan allows Casti to save the 2 homes on Emerson that were originally scheduled for demolition, and also save a number of trees. So in summary, the school has recommended a project alternative with reduced garage size and distributed drop-off that is environmentally superior and with mitigation has no significant environmental impacts. Plus it saves homes and trees. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And Veronica, can you change the phone number to just the last 4 digits? Thank you. Our next speaker will be Glow. Glow, if you can please unmute yourself and you may speak.
Hello, my name is Glow Chang. I live directly across from the drop-off area on Bryant Street. I feel that Castellea is a fantastic neighbor. There are no traffic issues. There are 2 high-volume activity periods every day lasting only about 10 minutes. It's now barely noticeable. Traffic was heavy in years past, but has been dramatically reduced. Traffic attendants see to traffic flow and safety to pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers. How are they a good neighbor? They keep us apprised of activities, respond to neighbors' concerns, willingly host open forums for the most hotly debated issues, and have always presented alternatives. The buildings will not be monstrous. It's the same border footprint. It blends in with the neighborhood. I applaud the alternative plan. I am proud to have a school nearby offering opportunities to young women and happy to support all of Casti's expansion efforts. Educational programs should always be supported. As neighbors moving forward, let's work together. We will be able to monitor the school's activities and make sure everything stays within limits. Thank you, PTC, for letting me put on some makeup, even though you don't have me on video, and speak in support of Casti's plans.
Okay, thank you for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Nancy Tuck. Nancy, you can please unmute yourself and you may speak.
Hi, my name is Nancy Tuck, and after hearing the comments at the Architectural Review Board from my neighbors who oppose this project, honestly, I'm outraged. Castellea has made a multitude of changes to the plan to appease the community, and they've been listed by Cindy and Tom speaking before me, but downsizing the garage, the multiple drop-off and pickup location, they've kept the 2 homes, they've protected more trees, they've revamped the traffic plan for cars leaving the garage, they've eliminated Sunday events. This is on top of the incredible traffic management system that's been in place now for years. It's reduced the car trips back to levels last seen in 2012. For the past 5 years, Castellea has held outreach meetings where they were transparent about the plans and the feedback was noted. The changes I listed above are a direct result of the community feedback. But for the opposition, the target keeps moving. Castellea makes the requested changes and new issues are invented. Nothing will placate them. They assert that Castellea does not add value to the community. Instead, they would have 51 residential homes built and respective property taxes collected. I find this absurd. My daughter is a 2017 graduate of Castellea, and I bought my home on Melville, the same block as several of the PQ&L members. so that she could be within walking distance of the school. In those 9 years, I've never been impacted by Castellia traffic or noise. While not everyone on the block has had a daughter who benefited from the top 5 nationally ranked private girls' school, Castellia brings to Palo Alto a reputation of top education. Families like mine who want to own and live near the school, and a wealth of community services provided by the students. We can't return Palo Alto to 1960, no matter how hard we try. Change is happening all around us, whether it's the train tracks, Stanford expansion, Pali renovation, downtown employment growth that creeps into our neighborhoods. Let's fight to keep what makes Palo Alto special, a top-notch educational choice for young women who strive to leave the community better than it was when they arrived. Let's get this project approved and passed and underway. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Tom Shannon. Tom, can you please unmute yourself and you may speak?
So then Alan Cooper is donating his time to me. He's
okay.
On the list.
I do apologize, but to pull your time together, you need a group of at least 5 or more.
Well, we followed the ARB procedure whereby the chair of the ARB allowed us to combine time. So I didn't contact you today thinking we would have that same procedure for the Planning Commission.
It is at the discretion of the chair.
Well, Chairman Templeton, could I ask you to have Alan Cooper's time? Actually, I thought we were going to get 3 minutes. So I have a 5-minute presentation prepared, which I'll try to cut back, but I cannot reduce it to 2 minutes.
So if you two want to speak together, so excuse me, let me just pause here for a moment to make sure that we anticipate any other further groupings. If there's anybody else who wants to share their time, it must be groups of 5 or more, and you will be allowed a 10-minute presentation. Mr. Shannon, I recognize this was unexpected for you, and so we will allow you to defer your comments and add it on to his time. When is he in the lineup?
You said that your partner was Alan, is that correct? Alan Cooper?
Alan Cooper, yes.
Yeah, so I do see he's in the meeting. He's about halfway down.
Alan, are you prepared to go now?
No, it's me who's going, and I'm taking Alan's time.
Ah, okay. That's fine. Let's do it now. You have 5 minutes. Is there a way, Mr. Nguyen, for people to contact you if they want to make a group of 5 or more, if they haven't already?
At this point, though, it's kind of tough for them to communicate to me outside of Zoom, though a lot of people did send me an email before the meeting indicating that they'll be.
Chair, can I just suggest that maybe you have a quick sidebar with council? I'm concerned that if you allow this, then you're setting a precedent, and it's going to be very hard for you to navigate the rest of the issues that might develop as a result. So
that's a great point, Commissioner Alchek.
I want to just highlight that at the bottom of every agenda, since I joined this commission, it specifically lays out the rules for pulling 15-minute speaker cards. It's on.
Yes, it does. Okay, so
I am concerned that in 5 minutes we're going to have another person that wants the same thing.
Yeah, let's do this then. Mr. Shannon, if you can find 3 more people that can join and donate their time to you, would you mind if we defer you later in the list so that you can work on that?
I don't know how to find 3 people online tonight at 8:30.
I know, I'm sorry. But Commissioner Alchek is correct. We did lay the rules out in the agenda ahead of time, and it wouldn't be fair to the others to work.
The chairman, the agenda says 3 minutes.
You may have 3 minutes. We changed it to 2. If you want 3 minutes for this, you can have it.
I'll try to, let me have 3 minutes. I'll do what I can. Thank you.
But we did at the beginning of this section say that 2 minutes is the expected time. So please, I appreciate you condensing it down, and everyone, please try and keep it to 2 minutes. We do have 50 speakers. We want to respect everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Commissioners and Chairman Templeton. My name is Tom Shannon. I live at 256 Kellogg Avenue, a 40-year resident of Palo Alto, 31 years directly across the street from Castellea. I'm one of the 4 authors of the memo that was emailed to you earlier today. We would appreciate your review of that detailed memo. In our limited time, I'd like to highlight a few important points. Point number 1, Castellea faces a huge challenge operating a middle school and a high school on an inadequate 6-acre parcel, one of Palo Alto's historic residential neighborhoods. We have worked for the past 7 years seeking compromise solutions with Castellea to preserve our neighborhood, yet we are still unable to find a plan that's acceptable to both parties. We have suggested alternative plans which would place some of Castellea's traffic on their campus. One such plan is included in our memo delivered to you earlier today. Yet Castellea and city staff reject these alternative plans, saying that they will impair the fields, the pool, and/or Castellea's lawn circle. The city even acknowledges in its rejection that the parcel is too small to handle Castellea's traffic, yet alone entertain an application for a 30% enrollment increase and a 200,000 square foot redevelopment expansion, with all the traffic placed on our neighborhood streets. Should there not be some compromises made on any one or more of these amenities, the field, the pool, the circle, in order to accommodate some of the traffic generated by the school? Again, please consider the neighbor's alternative plan included in your packet. Point number 2, a problem with the EIR. I heard everybody's comments about the comment period, but specifically the current final EIR fails to study and document the Kellogg-Bryant intersection, which will most likely become the major intersection to handle Castellea's dispersed traffic. There's an exhibit in our written memo highlighting the significant difference between the traffic pattern analyzed in the draft EIR as compared to what is now proposed in the final EIR. We would welcome the commission study and comment on this matter. Point number 3, the school is knowingly in violation of its current CUP. All of us are aware that it has knowingly violated this CUP for almost 20 years, since 2001, by enrolling students above the CUP cap. Can the commission explain as to how the city in good conscience can consider an expansion application to increase enrollment along with a major redevelopment when the applicant is in violation of its current CUP? As citizens, we don't understand the example and precedent the city is setting. How will this be viewed and played out with other conditional users seeking future amendments? Point number 4, compliance with the municipal code. We cannot understand how the city concludes that the dispersed traffic plan is compliant with the municipal code. Quoting the code, the proposal shall not be detrimental to property or improvements in the vicinity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shannon.
I will. The general surrounding community. Point 5, we would like to have some priority in this process. We feel that Castellea is given the highest priority and our neighborhood's priorities are given.
You've been given 50% more time. Mr. Shannon, please conclude your comments.
Please send the plan back to the staff and direct them to work towards a compromise with the neighbors. Direct the EIR consultants to study the Bryant Kellogg interchange, and please review and study our memorandum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Peter Rosenthal. And Peter, I believe you will be donating your time to Leela. Can you confirm if that's correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Peter. Our next speaker will be Nelson. Nelson, can you please unmute yourself and you may speak?
Hi, my name is Nelson Ng, and I live across the street from Castellea for the last 24 years on Emerson Street. And yesterday I sent a letter to the commission asking them to reject the current final EIR because it's incomplete study of the impact to the neighborhood as well as providing inaccurate information. In the letter, I point out 7 examples, but today, since I only have 2 minutes, I'll just talk about one, which is the proposed underground garage. Originally, as we all talked about it, it has significant and avoidable impact to the neighborhood because it increased the traffic by over 80% onto Emerson. And since then, the new alternative come out, and the alternative, the FEIR, basically accepted it as face value with the redirected traffic drop-off. making assumptions that 60% of the traffic will be magically going into Bryant, 30% will go to Kellogg, and only 10% will go into the garage. So magically, they solved this significant and avoidable issues with the project after 4 years. It is just hard to conceive that by doing that, they reduced on paper 92% of the traffic going in there without any type of major studying or reissuing the final EIR. Therefore, I think that this EIR, this is just one of the many examples of this EIR does not have enough of the study to reflect all the impacts to the neighborhood. As well as a lot of, since then, in the last year, COVID-19 has happened, a lot more pedestrian has been, and bicyclists has been on our streets. And then downtown has been closing some of the streets, which will flood into Embarcadero. A lot of this study does not take into account of it. How can we have a multi-million-dollar project without any studying of what the future will look like? Therefore, I urge the commission to reject this FEIR until complete study is done before and available for public review. Thank you.
Okay, Nelson, before you disconnect, there's a second user in here with the exact same first and last name as you.
Yes,
Can you confirm that's
actually,
you?
that was Kimberly Wong. Is my wife. She was using the iPad. We had the same issue during the ARB. So if you can let her, because since then I asked her to sign in on the phone, which is much later in the list. If she was able to get a higher place up in the list, can you let that?
Yeah, I will add her to where she raised her hand. Thank you. Veronica, can you add Kimberly Wong to after Eduardo, who's number 9? Thank you. Okay, our next speaker will be Rob Levitsky. And Rob, I believe you have a presentation for us, and I believe you also have a group who will be donating their time to you. 1 second, please. It's quite odd. Looks like Rob has disappeared from the list. Oh, there he is.
And Mr. Nguyen, we're verifying that all of the people contributing their time are in the list.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Rob, could you please list everyone who will be donating their time to you?
Yeah, it's George Jemmett, Angie Heil, Pius Fisher, Leah Briskman, Ruben Land, Netta Wang, Andrew Alexander, myself, Lisa Wang, and Ruben Land. 10.
Okay, I do see that you do have enough people in here for.
In fact, I'd like to donate a couple of those 3 to Tom Shannon if he wants to finish his paperwork later. So.
You guys can work that out offline, but it'd have to be another speaker because he's already spoken.
Yeah.
At this point, Tom has already concluded his comments, so I think we should move on to yourself, next speaker. So, Rob, if you can please give us your comments.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Rob Levitsky, spelled Levitsky, 63-year resident of Palo Alto, owner of 1215 Emerson, parcel adjoining Castellea at Emerson and Embarcadero. Last week when I did a presentation for the ARB, I answered questions that the ARB makes judgments on. Here I will extend my remarks to the purview of the PTC, the CUP, and variances related to the proposed project. But I'll start with some of the ARB info as it provides a good foundation and then get into the requested CUP and variances. ARB purpose 1 is to promote orderly and harmonious development in the city. Castellea completely took us neighbors by surprise on June 30th, 2016, with a presentation showing an underground garage, or I guess it's an underground basement now, right next to my property, as well as removal of 2 of the 3 houses on the east side of the 1200 block of Emerson, to be replaced with underground parking basement, and above the basement, a private park, whatever that was supposed to be. Just about everything in this picture that you see would be removed in this plan: the 2 houses, the protected oaks, and the redwoods. In the garage, 16 feet below grade, this first drawing shows parking spaces right up to my property. Slide 2, please. So the house is outlined in red, and you can see a car parking space in the basement touching the property. Next, nearly all 168 trees, including protected oaks and 120-foot redwoods, were subject to being killed or are maimed. Slide 3, please. Okay, here we're quoting from the April 16, 2016 inventory of trees report by arborist Michael Bench. Among 168 trees, there are 122 trees on the Castellea campus. There's 42 street trees and 4 trees on the neighboring property. And I quote further, all of the 168 trees are expected to be impacted by proposed construction. 4 trees mentioned in the neighboring property are mine, all oaks protected by the tree ordinance in Palo Alto, or so one would think. So much for orderly and harmonious development. ARB Purpose 2, enhance the desirability of residents or investment in the city. Let's see, loss of protected trees and canopy, underground concrete parking, basement garage, loss of 2 or 3 houses on the block, interference with the Bryant Street bike lane, ugly portable classrooms for years, 5,000 dumpster loads of dirt to be removed, hundreds of cement trucks. It's hard to believe any of that will enhance the desirability of residents in the area. In fact, we had several people move away because of the conflict and houses pull off the market because of scared buyers. One Sunday afternoon, after seeing Castellea misrepresentation of neighbors' opposition to the garage, we collected signatures from 47 neighboring households against the garage. Next slide, please. The lighted houses on that map show all the houses signed opposing the garage. Next purpose, encourage attainment of the most desirable use of land and improvements, but at what cost to the neighborhood? And here's where we connect with PTC concerns, the CUP and variances. We neighbors probably wouldn't have objected to a compliant project, but they came at us with a list of demanded variances and CUP changes. Violating the 24-foot setback on Embarcadero, the 20-foot setbacks on Emerson, Bryant, destroying the 2 houses on Emerson, merging the 2 house lots, requiring a variance. And here's another one, shifting the Melville Avenue public utility easement by 15 feet and building a pedestrian tunnel under the Melville sewer line. And that's what that red line points to. That little dot in the center is the Melville sewer line. And 2 feet under that is this pedestrian tunnel getting you from the parking basement to the rest of the school. Do you think individual people like you and me could just go and get access to move the PUE? Probably not. And I spoke with Mike Sartar and Dean Batchelor of utilities for the last 10 years, and they've never given any kind of easement away like that. Then there's the variance for the floor area ratio. In her variance request, Mindy Romanowski, the land attorney for Castellea, cries hardship in their variance request, blaming the lot shape as an excuse for a FAR variance. Well, Castellea did not complain about the shape of the lot when the city of Palo Alto gave them Melville Street in 1992. Now they want out of having to follow the FAR rules for coverage. They also want to get planning to allow an underground garage where not allowed in R1. And if an underground garage were allowed, it would have to be under a building, which it's not. And the square footage would have to be counted, which it's not. That's another 35,000 to 50,000 square feet in the calculations, which they've already exceeded. ARB Purpose 4, enhance the desirability of living conditions on the immediate site. Slide 6, please. Next slide. Hello. Well, there's supposed to be, there we go, a picture of the 100 to 120 foot redwoods and the oaks enhance the desirability of the neighborhood. But slicing and dicing through the roots of other protected trees for various pipes and walls and high voltage transformers doesn't make for a very good life for these trees. Palo Alto people care deeply about trees, especially oaks and redwoods, and believe that the rules protecting trees should be even tighter than what's in the tree manual. I spoke with Dave Doctor on Monday, and he was really upset that this issue with the trees at Castellea wasn't addressed up front. He was the planning arborist from 1997 to 2017 and looked at every project that came through planning. He would sit down and look at the site, where the trees are, and help the builder figure out a way to work around nature. Dave said, designing with nature in mind was the intent of the tree ordinance. What we have here at Castellea in this first iteration is designing with no trees in mind, or trees that have little chance of survival. Here's but one example of interfering with the tree protection zone. Next slide. And this is for tree 89, which many of you will recognize on the Emerson side. And here's what they propose. Next slide, please. So the red arrow points to a little dot in the center, which is the center of the tree. And you'll see this big circle around the tree. Most of the tree protection zone has been sliced and diced with a large high voltage electrical transformer vault on a concrete pad, a side wall of a swimming pool, set of stairs, a fire access road, a trenched water pipe, bicycle parking. This may be 70 or 80% of the tree protection zone being violated versus 17%, which caused all the uproar at City Council over the oak on Webster Street. Many of you might have watched the council meeting a week ago, Monday, when over 30 residents spoke in favor of not violating the tree protection zone of an oak on Webster Street. And no one spoke in favor of the supposed property rights of the builder to kill the tree. And there are other lots, the lots of other trees subjected to similar TPZ encroachment in this design. As far as the trees are concerned, there's at least a dozen that should have been studied by the EIR, but without justification, the planning department tried to hide that from the EIR, calling the trees and less than significant, and thus not even studying the trees in the biological resources section of the EIR. So what happened was the EIR came and said, well, you can do whatever you want with the trees, because they take the position if there's any reason to cut a tree, then there's every reason to cut every tree. So you can cut a tree down, a protected tree, if it's hazardous or dead. And the EIR takes the position, well, if you can cut a protected tree for this, you can cut a protected tree for an excuse like what they use, which is, we want to put a building there. It didn't have to be this way, but it was a failure of the initial study to protect at-risk trees. Another issue is they come up and try to just mitigate by cutting trees down and looking on this table for mitigation 4B, where they'll go about and say, we're going to just plant, look on the table, how many trees do we have to buy, and where can we stuff them in?
Mr. Levitsky, your time has expired. Please wrap it up.
120-foot canopy. Next slide, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Eduardo. Eduardo, if you can please unmute yourself and you may speak.
Yes, thank you. Dear PTC members, I want to thank you all for the hard work to continue to improve our lives in Palo Alto. I know the hours and sacrifices you're making. I'm in support of Castellea and Alternative 4 being discussed today. I urge you to support Alternative 4 because this proposal by Castellea was judged to be the environmental superior option. With this alternative plan, along with the required mitigation limitation, Castellea can achieve its goal of enrolling more students while bringing no new cars to the neighborhood. With alternative 4, the school found a way to save homes on Emerson as well as many trees. A win-win for everyone. The plans presented in the last 2 hours address the environment and traffic issues in an impressive manner. So why are we doing all this? I support Castilleja because my grandmother graduated from Castilleja 103 years ago. The school gave her a unique education which made her independent and successful, so she could raise my father and my uncle as a single mother back in the 1950s. As her first grandson, I learned from her, so thank you, Castilleja. My wife, Terry, went to a similar all-girls school in Miller Park, and she too saw the value of being able to focus on academia and get the benefits of all-girls education. We chose to send our kids to Palo next to our home, and it was a great school for them. My son, who needed IEP help throughout, graduated from USC's film school. So thank you, Byron, Jordan, and Palo. But Castilleja provides a choice that parents and students can make between Castilleja's all-girls education and Palo's broader opportunities afforded by a school that's 5 times the size. With a greater high school enrollment, Castilleja can offer the same opportunities to more girls, including those from under-resourced schools who are supported throughout the school's very generous tuition assistance program. So I urge you to support Castilleja and Alternative 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo, for your comments. Our next speaker will be Kimberly Wong. Kimberly, if you can please unmute yourself and you may speak.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Kimberly Wong, and I've lived here for 24 years. My family here since 1900. So according to the Palo Alto Municipal Code, a conditional use permit will be granted only if it will be not detrimental or injurious to the public health, safety, general welfare, or convenience. I feel that Castilleja's project violates all of these conditions. Slide 1, please. The original plans call for all cars to enter into a garage off the Bike Safety Boulevard, which will cause significant and unavoidable impacts. The second alternative allows for better flow, but with 3 drop-offs, the traffic flow will still be messy and can endanger bicyclists. How can it be decided that this is not significant? The PTC should request a full traffic study of alternative 4 for real-time counts, not altered drop-off percentages to make their numbers work. Personal safety is my biggest issue. At Bryant and Embarcadero on my bike, I have seen many close calls with cars screeching around the corners for late pickups. I was surprised to see that the finding that a safety concern involving bicycles has not been demonstrated based on a Bryant Street collision analysis based on CHP records between March 2015 and 2018 that could find only one single non-injury collision with a car and not a bicycle. However, there was a serious accident that was overlooked during this period on February 13th, 2018, causing backups both ways for hours. The Palo Alto Weekly article, 2 injured in Embarcadero Road collision, states that the fire chief saw a manual scooter smashed underneath a vehicle and a bicycle missing in its front wheel. Both men were injured and hospitalized, and the Cassie teacher on the scooter was hospitalized for several more days. Given that this major collision was completely omitted from the report, I wonder how many other accidents were not included. I suggest that these reports be expanded beyond the original scope and restudied. This is how one incident can impact the neighborhood's living quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly, for your comments. Our next speaker is Michael Goldstein. Unfortunately, Michael is no longer in this meeting. So Veronica, if you can maybe highlight him, and then we'll see if he's in later. Maybe his computer disconnected or something, I'm not sure, or maybe he's just gone. Our next speaker will be Roger McCarthy. Roger, if you can please unmute yourself, you may speak.
This is Roger McCarthy. I live at 650 Waverly Street, which is a few blocks from Castilleja. It is a historically significant home, and I've lived in Palo Alto for over 20 years. I've never set foot in the place. I've never had any connection with Castilleja. I've never set any children there. However, I was the chair of the Committee on Membership for the National Academy of Engineering 2 years ago. and tasked with the job of finding a class of about 85 that would represent the United States in a way that could advise the government, as is the role of the National Academy. Part of that was trying to find qualified women in the STEM fields, particularly in engineering. And at that, I was a total failure. And today, like my predecessors, the National Academy of Engineering remains primarily old white men. These people at Castellea have hit upon an amazing solution. I have submitted written remarks to the PTC that can show all the academic studies that support the comments I'm going to make, but overwhelmingly, the studies have shown that all girls' schools, graduates, girls in these schools are 6 times more likely to study math, science, and technology, and 3 times more likely to go into engineering career. One other speaker mentioned that Castellea is in the top 5. I've sent the committee a citation that shows that Castellea is number 1 in best all high schools in America for women. Castellea is part of the solution of the gender inequality structure we have in the country. And when I hear opposition based on trees, we are ignoring a problem that is dramatically more important to the nation. And we should be on these Castellea people to double the enrollment, not beating them down to nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Christina G. Christina, can you please unmute yourself?
Good evening. I'm Christina Gwynn, and I speak as both a neighbor to and a teacher at Castellea. First, as a neighbor. Let's be clear, there are no clogged streets around Castellea during non-COVID times. There are no backups. There is no loss in quality of life by living around the corner from this school or across the street from this school. In fact, this mission-driven school that is committed to educating women speaks to a larger purpose which contributes to the Palo Alto experience and to the quality of life here. Given the complexities and challenges of our world and our moment, we want schools like this to expand their reach. Right now, 54 students at the school identify as people of color. There are 20 languages spoken at home. There are 9 student-led affinity groups to celebrate diverse identities and cultures, and parallel parent affinity groups to support and connect families. We have a significant commitment to first-gen students and their families, helping families navigate if independent school is new terrain and opening access beyond Castellea. Anti-racist leadership, teaching, and learning are embedded in our social justice programming. We have equity and inclusion practitioners in residence who serve as consultants on anti-racist teaching and learning and support our community throughout this moment of racial reckoning. This is an institution committed to shaping a better future for all, and we, the community, should feel compelled to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for your comments. Our next speaker will be Carolyn. Carolyn, can you please unmute yourself?
Am I muting? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, Carolyn Schmarzo. I live at 1550 Emerson Street. I've lived here off and on for 22 years. And Palo Alto is my home. And I have attended 3 Castellea neighborhood meetings. At these meetings, I keep hearing testimonies. I am not a prospective parent, and I'm starting to hear it again. Please, that's not the issue. I don't care if it's a school taxidermy. I do not want 650 students and how many teachers in my neighborhood? That's the size of a medium-sized company. It's the size of Cliff Bar. Now, at this meeting, I only asked a question once. I asked Castellea to give me 3 reasons why the city of Palo Alto and its property tax-paying citizens should embrace this project. And the answer was, yes, that was the answer. There were no reasons. The silence was deafening. By their own admission, there are no reasons for the city and its neighbors and its residences to embrace this expansion project. Please say no to this greedy grab of a proposal. Let's remind you, it's $50,000 a student. Please be greater than zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Hank Souza. And Hank, I believe we have a presentation for you. If you can please unmute yourself, you may speak. Hank's going to have 2 minutes. He's speaking on behalf of himself. Hank, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, whenever you're ready, please.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners. The neighborhood group PNQL has been suggesting an authentic program of shuttling to replace the school's single car drop-offs. The school says there are no available parking lots in Palo Alto, but kiss and ride drop-off spots don't require the purchase of parking lots. Drop-off spots could be utilized in areas the school has reached agreements with. The photo collage shows several examples of possible spots, starting top left and going clockwise. Shoreline athletic fields in the Rengstorff-Charleston area features a loop driveway and is a little east of 101. Sand Hill Lawler Ranch Road is just west of 280. Baylands Athletic Field, Embarcadero and Gang just east of 101 has lots of room. Las Wayne, where it dead ends at El Camino Real just south of Palm Drive, is close in but avoids the town and country mess. Lord's Grace Christian Church at San Antonio, Bayshore and 101 has a big parking lot. We would like to see contracts between the school and the parents of students who either drive themselves or are dropped off. Many other schools do this successfully. Once public transportation makes a safe comeback and the school is teaching students in person, it should be part of the TDM. The 1,400 daily car trips are simply too many into our small neighborhood streets. Part of a successful reimagining of the school should include the question, what is the benefit to the neighborhood? If the school embraces the kiss and ride drop-off spots, the benefit will be clear. A large reduction in the 1,400 daily car trips will please the neighbors, and the environment benefits from greenhouse gas emission reductions. Plus, the school's emphasis on STEM teaching fits right into the model many of the girls will be entering upon graduation from college, and that is the use of alternate modes of transportation to get to work. Please recommend this 21st century way of commuting as a complement to the green buildings the school is proposing to construct. Thank you.
Thank you, Hank, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Terry. Terry, I believe you indicated that you will be donating your time to Andy Reid. Is that correct? Terry, it looks like you're using an older version of Zoom, so I actually can't unmute you. Instead, I will have to promote you to panelist just for a quick second so you can unmute your microphone.
Yes, I'd like to donate my time to Andy Reid.
Thank you for confirming that. Okay, our next speaker will be Chi Wong. And Chi Wong, I believe you will be donating your time to Leela. Can you confirm if that's correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker will be Jolie Kemp. Jolie, can you please unmute your microphone and you may speak? Jolie, if you're there, can you please unmute your microphone?
Yes, hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. So my name is Jolie Kemp and I'm a Castellea alum from the class of 2017. I'm also a lifelong Palo Alto resident. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit more about Castellea's report, particularly from the point of view of commuting via bike. So as a lifelong around the age of 13. And it was a great experience. And every day when the weather allowed, I would meet up with my Castellea best friend and neighbor and bike to school together through Old Palo Alto and on Bryant Bike Boulevard. And I often saw many of my Casti classmates biking to school as well, along with many teachers walking along Bryant to get to school. There was and is, even more so now today, a culture of biking and cycling to school at Castellea. So I would like to highlight a few key ways in which Castellea's FEIR continues to reduce the number of cars coming to school and encourage this culture of cycling. So I have a couple of specific examples, which you can also find in the report. So as it relates to the garage, you'll find that cars will only enter the garage by taking a right turn from Bryant Street. Therefore, they will never cross or interfere with the bike boulevard traffic in any way. Also, the project alternative also ensures that any vehicle queues for accessing the below grade garage will be fully contained within campus and will again not impede bike lanes. Furthermore, moving parking below ground also makes cycling safer, as there won't be any park drivers opening doors as bicycles pass, which has definitely been a problem for me in my time. And one more thing to note is that Castellea traffic monitors always watch for cyclists, helping them whenever possible. So in conclusion, the report definitely confirms there is no impact on bicycle safety. And in fact, bicycle safety is actually improved by there being fewer curb cuts or driveway entrances on Bryant Street than there are now. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for joining us, Jody.
Mr. Nguyen, could you clarify the people that we've skipped and did not note that their time is donated?
Yes, so Netta Wang actually donated their time to Rob Levitsky.
And Julia, Mary, and Rita?
Julia is no longer in this meeting, so
I see. Okay, I didn't see the annotations there, and I didn't know why we missed them. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I do see Mary.
Sorry, I do see Julia, Ben. I do see Julia Zetlin. She's right below Aileen Lee and above Bill Power.
One second, please.
It can be hard because it's not in alphabetical order in the attendee list, so that can be challenging.
Okay, so she must have lowered her hand and re-raised it at some point. Let me get her real quick. I'm sorry, where did you say it was? I can't seem to find it.
If you look down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe about 10 or 12 people. She's up between Aileen. On my computer, her color is blue of her little, and it has a JZ initials.
Okay, I do see it now. Thank you so much for pointing that out. Okay, Julia, can you please unmute yourself and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Julia Zeitlin. I live in Palo Alto and just today started 9th grade at Castellea. As co-founder of the Silicon Valley Sunrise Movement chapter, I can also share the perspective of an environmentalist. With the help of Castellea faculty and staff, I have been able to help lead my fellow classmates initiatives that combat climate change. Last year on September 20th, I led the school in a walkout in solidarity with the global climate strikes. Last spring, I began working with our culinary team to start a food waste reduction initiative. Castellea's faculty has always supported this work along with countless other examples. Castellea's master plan envisions an environmentally conscious, fossil fuel-free campus with resilient vegetation, recycled water infrastructure, efficient ventilation, and electric shuttles. The new campus itself will help educate the next generation of learners on how to be stewards of the environment. A campus with sustainability at its core will raise awareness of severe issues such as the destructive wildfires that we are all currently facing. Not only does the master plan mitigate climate impacts to the fullest extent, but the plan creates the opportunity to further emphasize sustainability in the school's curriculum. Environmental experts will say the most sustainable building is no building at all. However, the current Castellea buildings that will be replaced are close to 60 years old. This project is needed. The new buildings will be much more energy and water efficient and can serve as a model for other schools. Castellea's new master plan surpasses the standards set in the SCAP legislation with even more comprehensive solutions for a clean and sustainable future. It's my pleasure to support the Castellea's master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia, for your comments tonight, and thank you, Rachel, for pointing out where she was in the list. Our next speaker will be Mary Sylvester. Mary, you had indicated to me that the following people will be donating their time to you. David, Patricia, Nancy, Winter, Bill, and Gavin. I don't see Gavin in this meeting, but you still do have a group of 5, so we will give you the 10 minutes. If you can please unmute your microphone, you may speak.
Good evening, commissioners, Chairperson Templeton, PTC commissioners, city staff, and Vin, thank you so much for your heroic efforts tonight in trying to coordinate this rather cumbersome process. The focus of my comments tonight are twofold. Number one, how does Castilleja's expansion plan benefit Palo Alto? Is there a benefit to the health, safety, and welfare of the community, to our environment, to our local economy, and the overall quality of life in this community? On balance, I say there is not. Secondly, is there a compelling public interest that would necessitate making any and all the exemptions to Palo Alto's law and precedent that Castilleja is asking for and warranted by, is it warranted by you to recommend, particularly the greenhouse gas promoting underground garage, which is by far, in my estimation, an outlier. I think we should have really creative, innovative students like Julia, who we just heard from, and the excellent Castilleja students come up with a plan that does not include a greenhouse gas polluting underground garage or a heavy reliance on individual cars. Background, Castilleja. Only 25% of Castilleja's students come from Palo Alto. 75% of the others commute from other communities, 7.5 miles or greater. The school operates on 6.25 acres of prime residential real estate in Palo Alto, for which the school pays no tax. Castilleja maintains several real estate properties in the neighborhood, which it does pay tax on. An interesting phenomena that it owns 5 individual homes in a neighborhood. Next, Castilleja operates under a conditional use permit, a CUP. This is because it is a non-conforming use. Because of its nature, size, and scope, it is not a residence. The party operating under a CUP may not do anything that jeopardizes the health, safety, and general welfare of adjacent properties or the citizenry. Possessing a CUP is a privilege, not an entitlement. One would assume that the holder of such a privilege has earned the public trust. But has Castilleja? With 19 years of over-enrollment, many years of which were not publicly reported, this school has lost the confidence of many of our citizens in qualifying for a new conditional use permit. 19 years with over $12 million of unaccounted for revenue. And the school only paid less than a 1% penalty. In what world does this occur? By the terms of Castilleja's 2000 conditional use permit, 415 students maximum are allowed. Now Castellet is requesting a 30% increase in enrollment, an additional 125 students. While the school has been out of compliance for these last 19 years, they only began to reduce their enrollment as a result of the neighborhood's attorney taking action on this. And when the school was called out by the city attorney and city manager, they balked at having to abide by the law. Castellet is asking favorable treatment not only under the conditional use permit, but under multiple planning and zoning documents. The zoning code, they're asking for an increase in their floor area ratio and being very creative, to put it mildly, with how they're counting square footage. An underground garage, which they're calling a basement, because they know it's a non-conforming use in a neighborhood and they don't want to have to count the square footage of that space. Also, Palo Alto's comprehensive plan is being, both the letter and the spirit of the plan is being undermined by the Castellet plan. Our comp plan by our citizenry calls for walkable streets, a beautiful, thriving tree canopy, and the building of neighborhoods and communities. This project serves to undermine that with 3 to 5 years of major construction. Neighbors are not going to be out walking. Bicyclists are not going to be out cycling. This is going to be a noisy, dangerous neighborhood during the period of construction. Also, our tree protection ordinance is being undermined by this plan. We in this community value a thriving tree canopy, and we're losing 5 to 7 protected oaks and redwoods. Also, Palo Alto's sustainability plan is being undermined by this project. We are being asked to tolerate a greenhouse gas emitting underground garage, as well as cars that will be attracted to the garage for easy parking and drop-off. This is not necessary. There are creative solutions many other schools are utilizing. Finally, our bike safety plan. How is an underground garage entrance on a bike safety route that is to guarantee children and teens safe riding to school going to be protected? I would now like to say this plan is an anomaly. Up and down the San Francisco Peninsula, we have private schools that have split their campuses when they choose to grow, one middle and one upper school. And Ms. Waugh, I would like further commentary from you as to the conclusionary remarks you made that land is not available to divide Castellet's campus. I work with families and staff from 6 private schools on the San Francisco Peninsula. All those schools have split. Several have robust shuttling programs, and several do not allow students and staff to drive to school. So what is the vital public interest being served to justify these dramatic changes to our zoning code, our comp plan, our sustainability plan, our tree protection ordinance, and our bike safety plan. Nothing. There is no compelling public interest to justify this plan as created and sustained in the environmental impact report. And I request, given the changes made by Castellea after the DEIR, that the plan be recirculated. And finally, Commissioner Templeton, I would like to go on record that I believe my comments from the DEIR were not adequately addressed as to the metrics used to measure traffic. I requested that metrics be used under vehicle miles traveled, as well as with level of service, and I did not see this. When Castellea is—
Thank you, Ms. Sylvester. Your time has expired.
I know. When Castellea is up and running in several years, they will be required to abide by vehicle miles traveled. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Before we continue, Ms. Dow, would you mind scrolling down on the list to show those that are waiting that we've captured their names? There's some anxiety amongst our speakers around this issue. Okay, and you might want to double check. It's possible we've missed a couple on there. So I appreciate all the work you're doing. I know this is our first time doing this process. So thank you for your patience to members of the public. And we will double check that list and make sure that everyone who has their hands raised is added to the list. I would also like to request to remind the members of the public that all comments should be addressed to the commission and not to individuals. So please keep that in mind as you continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Templeton. And yes, there are a couple of people with their hands raised who raised their hand after we create this list, so they're not on this list. But we'll make sure to call on everyone who currently has their hands raised.
Yeah, everybody's waiting such a long time because we have so many speakers. I just want to make sure they know that we'll get to them. Thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate that.
Okay, our next speaker will be Rita. Rita, if you can please unmute your microphone and you may speak. Oh, Rita, I see you have unmuted your microphone. You can speak whenever you're ready. Rita, if you are unable to speak, we will have to move on to the next speaker. Okay, in the interest of time, we'll go back to you at the end to see if maybe perhaps you were having some computer issues. Our next speaker will be Barbara. Barbara, if you can please unmute your microphone, you may speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Barbara Hazlett. I have lived near Castellea School on Emerson Street, just across Embarcadero, for over 40 years. I feel lucky to live near this important institution. We all need to be reminded that much like Stanford, Castellea is a nationally ranked school. How lucky are we to have these kinds of educational institutions in our backyard? Schools are a public good, and Castellea is undeniably good. This is the overriding, compelling public good. Specific to this hearing, I want to speak about the building design and say how pleased I am with the proposed plans. Importantly, the final EIR states that Castellea's plans are consistent with the city's comp plan, including maintaining and prioritizing the residential neighborhood around the project. Further, the FEIR states that the new building design, including the garage, improves the aesthetics of the neighborhood. The architects have carefully studied the surrounding homes to select materials that mirror them. I've looked at the renderings on Cassidy's website, and the landscaping blends the buildings beautifully into the surrounding neighborhood without increasing any floor area ratio. Castellea's modernization greatly improves on the current aging structures we see on campus. All of us as immediate neighbors will benefit greatly from this design. Regarding transportation matters, the school has a robust TDM plan, which is monitored and measured by independent audit. The underground garage is in direct response to neighbors' requests to mitigate street parking and traffic noise. In conclusion, Castellea should have the opportunity to modernize and expand enrollment, as have Ohlone, Palo, Addison, and Stanford. Please support the school's plans and ensure that inspired architectural and exceptional education continue as foundational and timeless values in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Andy Reed. And Andy, you had previously indicated to me that the following people will be donating their time to you. Kathy, Gwen, Terry, Suzanne, and Elaine. And I do see that all of them are currently in the meeting. If you can please unmute yourself, you may speak.
Thank you, Vin. Great job tonight. Good evening, commissioners. Below, I will provide you with the PNQL neighbors' response to the final EIR. We appreciate that in the dispersed circulation reduced garage alternative, the school is taking into consideration neighbor and DEIR concerns about vastly changing the face of the neighborhood and provides instead to retain houses and hopefully many more trees and residential character. However, it includes an underground garage with entrances and exits in the same busy corners of very commuter active arterials, Embarcadero and Bryant, Embarcadero and Emerson, and aiming down the short block of Melville to wait for a traffic break at Alma. This plan also includes, in addition to garage access driveways, 2 drop-off loop driveways at Bryant Street and Kellogg Street, and doesn't mention, although they appear in the plans, how these would interact with the school driveways at Kellogg and Emerson, and the delivery and bus traffic into another driveway on Emerson. It does not solve the problem of 1,477 car trips per day, but tells us that the school will disperse them around as mitigation. The FEIR also produces a no garage alternative A. I'm calling it NGA, which allows for surface parking and reduced classroom buildings and enrollment. However, we don't agree with the FEIR that the only way to avoid an underground garage is to tear down houses and trees and pave most of the Emerson side of the property. The goal of any no garage alternative mentioned at the DEIR hearings was to be less destructive, not more. This alternative, NGA, increases adverse aesthetics and loss of community character by replacing houses with paved parking lots, increased removal of trees, and increased potential for adverse noise. We don't think this report takes this alternative seriously. The entire project and all its potential environmental impacts depends on the enrollment number that the City Council grants to the school. If we set aside Castellea's insistence on the city permitting 540 students and focus on how a lower enrollment number would work, it appears a very good solution contingent on retaining houses and trees. We will call it no garage alternative B. PNQL urges the PTC to adopt changes to NGA and recommend our no garage B alternative. We request that the PTC consider NGB, which equitably solves almost all of the neighbors' problems and satisfies almost all of the school's goals. We recommend an enrollment of 450 students versus the requested enrollment of 540 students. Castellea's demand for 540 students is a 30% increase over the current use permit enrollment cap of 415 students. NGB's 450 enrollment cap would allow the school an 8% increase, which is the same percentage increase granted in 2000. This works especially well for a school that advertises itself on its website as small and intimate, with classes limited to only 14 students and a 7-to-1 ratio of students to faculty. This still allows for a sizable enrollment in comparison to any other private or public school in the city of Palo Alto. Regarding students per acre, it is almost double any other school. The FEIR states that a lower enrollment level does not achieve one of Castellea's goals. However, the FEIR does not and cannot properly contend that Castellea has a legal right to 100% of whatever enrollment it requests, nor does it claim that the school has a right to 100% of each and every goal that it is seeking. Otherwise, cities would of necessity be legally required to grant permits for 100% of what all developers requested. The EIR should have honestly and factually considered the alternatives, looked at enrollment levels approaching what neighbors could find palatable, and assumed that the city would use its fair and just discretion. Mandatory shuttling. The FEIR should have considered other methods of controlling traffic more consistent with today's standards. Just relying on voluntary steps taken by parents, as advanced in the EIR, is not adequate. NGB would depend upon a much more robust traffic plan. Mandatory shuttling would ease almost all the traffic issues. An example of an up-to-date solution to the TDM and use permit for a very similar school in Los Angeles, Archer School for Girls, whose conditions of approval were submitted to the city of Palo Alto during the draft EIR comment period. Archer exists on 6.2 acres, and like Castellea, it has 430 students. It operates with 8 buses, and 80% of students bus to school. They meet up with the bus or shuttle at kiss and ride lots to ride together to school. This places the onus on the parents and the school to make the transportation plan work, instead of forcing neighbors and commuters to live with the problems. Certainly, Castellea would prefer to let parents do whatever they feel like and not be bothered complying with use permit conditions. However, there has to be recognition that Castellea decided to enlarge in this one neighborhood without expanding to another campus. The cost of that decision should not be borne by the neighbors. Already, Castellea expects the neighbors to live adjacent to and near a very industrial appearing campus, inconsistent with their neighborhood. Parking. Surface parking as exists will support 450 students, as extrapolated from the NGA teaching stations discussion in the FEIR and according to Muni Code. The mandatory shuttling program will not only dramatically reduce traffic, but it will reduce parking needs by all students who would otherwise drive. So all surface parking is prioritized for staff and faculty using off-site parking as needed, as is the case now. Staff and faculty, of course, would be able to use shuttles as well. Advantages to school, neighbors, and Palo Alto. NGB advantages to the school. NGB would reduce the cost and construction time for the project because its size would be smaller. The current parking spaces would remain. There would be some redesign of the proposed new buildings, as in NGA. The school would solve the transportation problem through a system that is mandatory and required by the city via the conditional use permit, rather than one where parents can blame the school if they don't like the system. The school would stay at a size that would allow for easily pivoting between hybrid and online education now and into the future. The NGB proposed size would allow more preservation of trees in the houses that would soften the look of the school and its surroundings. Students would start their day at meetup lots to join friends on the bus and arrive at the school on the ground level, enjoying the visual benefits of the trees, the historic gun building, the circle, the new buildings, and the landscaping, rather than being underground. Advantages to the neighbors. The amount of traffic and the duration of peak periods would lessen dramatically with mandatory use of shuttles and buses for the majority of students who do not live near the school. Palo Alto commuters would not have a traffic backup to deal with when going to work. The overall appearance of the school would be softened by removing the industrial-like garage, including the problematic entry and exit on our residential streets. There would be less need for so much new construction square footage, reducing the appearance of an office park type setting. The neighbors would have some assurance that what their neighborhood would look like and that the school would remain at a predictable level. Disruptions from construction would last a shorter period of time, and the neighbors could develop better and more effective communication with the school. And finally, NGB advantages to Palo Alto. The city could maintain choices in education for its residents without going all in on a development that may not last due to changes over time. The citizens of Palo Alto would have a much easier time on Embarcadero and Alma without the single occupancy vehicles that the current plans would bring into those streets. Palo Alto would avoid investing in this project by granting a permit for a very large private school on a small piece of land that then succumbs to a multitude of looming challenges: political, financial, demographic changes, public health risks. And finally, imagine the savings in city staff time from continuing disputes between the neighbors and the schools. We encourage the school to move the girls out for 2 years to another location, save Palo Alto the eyesore of 10 portables, rebuild their school, and move the students back in to enjoy new buildings with mandatory shuttling and an enrollment level and events limits that are compatible with the site and with the neighbors. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Andy, for joining us tonight. Angie had donated her time to Rob, and Winter had donated her time to Mary. So our next speaker will be Eileen Lee. Eileen, can you please unmute your microphone from your end?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. My name is Eileen Lee. I'm a Palo Alto resident of over 15 years. Our family lives on Churchill Avenue, which is near Castellea School and also on the southern border of Pali High. I'm also a Castellea parent and board member. Living on Churchill, I'm very familiar with traffic and safety and parking challenges when people are getting to and from a school like Pali. In contrast, as a Casti parent for the past 3 years, I've been blown away by the measures the school has taken to decrease traffic, to engage and be considerate of neighbors, and to take neighborhood concerns into consideration in revisions on the proposed project. I can attest, neighborhood consideration has become a huge part of the school culture. Casti has added bus routes, shuttle service to and from Caltrain, off-site parking for employees, among different mitigation efforts. Whenever there's a meeting or an event at school, there are extensive communications about being considerate to neighbors about parking and suggestions to bike, carpool, or take private or public transportation. And whenever you arrive on campus for an event, the first people you see are traffic monitors to ensure consideration. As a result, traffic levels are consistently down 25 to 30%, and I know the school is committed to keeping them this way. The way Casti has handled neighborhood engagement and traffic mitigation is a contrast to Pali High and Stanford. They both generate massive amounts of traffic and parking issues on the Churchill corridor, and just from daily attendance, plus events and construction and games. Castellea's consideration of the neighborhood and the decrease in traffic they have led seems dreamy in comparison. Many people, including our family, chose to move here because of schools like Castellea. They have demonstrated integrity, commitment, and leadership in traffic management, and I hope the PTC will support Castellea's application, given their most recent extremely accommodating proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Lisa Van Dusen. Lisa, can you please unmute your microphone? Lisa, if you're there, you should be getting a prompt asking you to unmute your microphone. Okay, Lisa, if you do not speak, we will have to move on to the next speaker.
Looks like she's unmuted now. Lisa?
Yes.
You may speak.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Lisa Van Dusen, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this proposal. And I'm pleased that finally there is indeed a clear and positive path forward for the school and the community. I have 3 points. First, that alternative number 4 truly provides a superior, sustainable solution, the one that includes distributed drop-off and smaller garage. It has clearly emerged as the superior solution from all standpoints. It addresses the full spectrum of concerns, including traffic impacts, tree preservation, and integration into the neighborhood, among others. At the same time, this alternative allows this 100-plus-year-old Palo Alto institution to update its campus to align with state-of-the-art 21st century education and its goals for modest growth of its student body. And all of this makes for a sustainable approach for the community and for Castellea. As a global center for innovation, we know that staying the same is actually not feasible. So this represents a win-win-win option for the community, the school, and an inspiring example for what's possible for future projects. The second thing is that Castellea has listened, responded, and serves as a model. I appreciate that they have listened and responded to so many competing constituencies and have done so over an extraordinarily extended period of time. I have watched as they have modified plans, conducted studies, invested in consultants, and otherwise demonstrated a serious commitment to crafting a plan that works for everyone. I know that people live near the school and that it is a factor. I think what Aileen shared is true from everything I have also witnessed. People moved to the area, the school preceded all of us, and it will outlast all of us, hopefully. So if we don't support the school, we risk hindering this enduring institution and potentially losing it entirely, which I think would be a huge loss. We need this to be the land of yes and not the land of no. I hope that, in fact, this Commission will greenlight this project. It's time to move on to the many other priorities that are—
Your time has expired, Ms. Van Dusen.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, prevention and treatment of traumatic childbirth, is no longer in this meeting. So we'll move on to the next person. Looks like Terry Rice is also no longer in this meeting as well. So our next speaker will be Patricia Wong. Patricia, can you please unmute your microphone and you may speak?
I have already donated my time to number 16 Mary Salvester.
Okay, thank you. So our next speaker will be Nancy Storm. And Nancy, actually, it looks like you had donated your time to Mary as well. And our next speaker will be Leela. And Leela, looks like you have several people donating your time. Jim, Chris, Carrie, Chi, and Peter.
That's it.
And they're all here, so you will get your 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the commission. I'm Leela Moncharsh, and I'm a land use attorney. I've been one since 1993, and I'm located here in Oakland. No experience working with neighborhoods on issues very similar to what we see here. I've represented numerous neighborhoods with issues and disputes with private schools in Northern California. I wrote a letter, which I gather you already have received, so I'm not going to repeat everything that's in that letter, but just highlight a few points for you. First of all, there was an issue about the underground garage. During the AR meeting, one of the commissioners noted that there's a policy in your comp plan. We call it a peer general plan. They're enforceable as far as what their policies say. Cities have to comply with them. And you have one that seems to suggest that underground garages should be encouraged for every place. But I went into comp plan to really look at that, into Palo Alto's comp plan, and it's very interesting. Actually, that isn't at all what the policy does. You have to look at all of the policies and all of the text above a policy and below it in order to get it into context. And what that policy is really about is having to do with your business and your employment zones. It was never the intention of whoever wrote that or how it was written to indicate that underground garages should be encouraged in R1 single family residential zones. That's pretty clear from the text. But part of what you have there, which is very interesting, is Palo Alto has one of the strongest anti-SOVs, single occupancy vehicles, policies or set of policies that I think I've ever seen. And the relevancy of that to this project is that you really don't underground garage because it encourages SOVs, use of SOVs. And actually the plan that the school now prefers does the same thing. The Archer use permit actually came out of this office here in Oakland, and a survey around both Northern and Southern California. And I was looking for how exactly schools have approached reducing SOV use, which your comp plan requires. The Archer's permit is a pretty good example of one that I think would work very well here, which is simply to mandate that you change over from the SOV approach and you get into requiring a substantial percentage of the students to arrive by car, by shuttle or by bus. And that reduces a lot of problems. Reducing the enrollment, it's interesting because usually schools have some reason why they want a certain number of students. Sometimes they'll say, we want everybody to enjoy the wonderful education that we have here, when what they really mean got a financial necessity. The thing that's so different about this school is it's not saying that, not indicating that it's got any reason for the 540 number. And that being the case, it seems like you have a lot of room to reduce that down to something more reasonable. When you do reduce it down, what happens is everything else reduces, the number of trips reduce, everything goes down, and it takes the pressure off your city council to be able to come up with a permit and a good TDM. There's some problems with EIR that I cover. One of them I want to point out, though, is that the queuing issue. The queuing issue actually came up in the draft EIR. I didn't come up with it. The EIR preparer came up with it. And one of the problems was that when you line up to go down into the garage, if the queue gets too long because students don't get out of the cars fast enough or get in them fast enough, then you have a backup and a traffic one. And I noticed that in the FEIR, the EIR preparer tried to handle that by, interestingly enough, coming here to Oakland and looking at what Bentley School does. I've had that neighborhood for years. And also looking at one other school and trying to measure the amount of time along Celaya it takes for kids to get out of the car and into a car. The 14-second estimate didn't make any sense to me. I mean, I've sat and watched many of these queues over my career, and kids don't get out that fast. Anybody with a teen knows what can happen that backs up a line. So they came up with a chart. In my letter over on page 8, I tell you what happened with that chart. First of all, it doesn't support the 14-second amount of time. And then the second thing is recommending that you have 7 monitors, traffic monitors, that will make this all go faster. But 3 of them are kids. So, a lot of problems that I point out in here where I'm showing that, there's not adequate of evidence to support conclusions. They just make a conclusion. You get four adults and 3 kids, and they'll make go down to 14 seconds. That's not adequate for an EIR. One other thing I want to point out, which actually I'm borrowing from the chairperson of the ARB, at the end of this, you'll notice I have a section about the portables, all the modules, I think, or somebody does. And the chairperson pointed out that's really a good idea, and gosh, is he right. The problem with them is they go on to campuses and they never come off. And I to look at what this was, and these are two-story temporary buildings, and the plan is to have 10 of them. And I strongly suggest you not do that. On a personal note, when I was in the 4th grade, my preschool had a portable put in, not just for me, for everybody. And the whole idea was it was going to be temporary while they did work on the real school building. And as kids, you know, we always felt we never got to go to the real school building because we always had to go to the portable. And you know, I'm almost 70. And when I drive by that elementary, do you know that those portables are still there? They're not attractive, and it would be a good thing to get them out. On recirculation, you know, basically what's going on is that you've got a huge amount of text here in a short time. And I've pointed out just a few things that I found, but I could see that a few more problems here with the CIR. And if that continues, you know, obviously, and they're not straightened out in the hearings, then what's going to happen is you're going to have to recirculate as to the problems that are here. And the city attorney agreed it has to be significant new impact, but you got significant new impact. You have now a new alternative. So on the one hand, the new alternative is supposed to be less impacts, but in some ways it doesn't. It actually increases impacts, and the neighbors are talking about that. They're identifying the traffic impacts that are going to be worse based on their experience with their neighborhood and the traffic pattern, which is legitimate. They don't have traffic engineers to say that. And, you know, I point out a couple other things where you got more impacts. But again, you know, at the end of the day, if you want to recirculation and you want to move the process along, and you don't end up like some of the situations that I go to and have had for years. I've had one piece of property that was a private school that's been in my practice now since about 1995, that long, because the problems come up over. If you want to do that, then the answer would be to lower the enrollment down to a simple number, and also take out the underground garage, because it's not really going to help the problem. The problem is greenhouse gases that you're contributing to with this project, and your policies for Palo Alto allow that. They're very strict. As I said, I was surprised to read how strict they are, and switch over to a mandatory kiss and ride, mandatory bus usage to guarantee that the numbers coming in there are not coming in SOVs. So thank you very much. I hope this all is helpful to you.
Thank you, Ms. Montarch. Just to interject here, we are going to close the hand raising for public comments here shortly. So if you do intend to speak, you need to raise your hand by 10 till so that you can be added to the list, and then we'll be closing the list at that time. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Leah Brickson. Unfortunately, I don't see Leah in this meeting anymore. Let me quickly check. Yes, looks like she has left. So our next speaker will be Emil Lovely. Emil, can you please unmute your microphone?
I think I did. Am I live?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity and the honor to address the commission. And I just want to say I appreciate your hard work and all your thoughtfulness around this. I know this is not an easy process considering what we're going through with the pandemic. I have lived in Palo Alto for 27 years. My wife and I live on Lincoln. We're in Crescent Park. We have raised 3 beautiful daughters. It's been a blessing to raise them here in Palo Alto. Unfortunately, 2 went to Palo and 1 went to Archbishop Mitty. So why I'm on this call? Because I really do firmly believe that Castellea is a light for our community. I've gotten to know a lot of the students there because they're friends of my daughters. Gotten to know a lot of the parents because I've worked with them at Stanford. And truly, what happens at Castellea as well as Palo and Gunn is an interactive dynamic with the community, which produces leaders. And as we've all seen over the last several years, there's a great need for female leaders in this country. And when you look at the legacy of Castellea graduates, they go on to do bigger and better things. So I think Castellea has worked very diligently on these projects with the TDM, with all the mitigation, buses and shuttles to work within the confines of Palo Alto. I think we need to work with them because we need the ladies that they're going to produce for our future, for the future generation. And it's just been a pleasure to be a part of this community, and I like to see them continue to thrive. So that's my spiel, and hope you guys have a great evening.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Jim Fitzgerald. Jim, can you please unmute your microphone?
Sure, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great. Hello, my name's Jim Fitzgerald, and I'm a 30-year resident of Palo Alto. There are countless wonderful things I could say about Castellea as an institution, an exceptional neighbor, and a Palo Alto treasure, but I'm here today to bring attention to the extra effort the school has taken to preserve the campus trees and the campus aesthetic appearance. Most of us in Palo Alto appreciate the effort our community takes in keeping Palo Alto true to its name with a rich and mature tree canopy. In this spirit, Castellea has always maintained a tasteful and green campus that fits nicely in the local neighborhood. It should not surprise anyone, therefore, that Castellea in the proposed project alternative lays out a plan that increases the aesthetics of the campus and the overall campus canopy. The project alternative that the schools proposed adds 103 trees to the campus. It leaves and reallocates 139 trees. And this plan preserves 16 additional trees compared to the original plan. I think we all can appreciate, and I particularly appreciate their attention to saving the beautiful coastal redwoods and the California live oak trees that give our region its distinctive appeal. Taking these actions will make an already beautiful campus even more green, enhance the entire surrounding of the neighborhood. Castellea's commitment to a quality environment for their girls attending the school and its deep desire to enhance the environment for the entire neighborhood come together very nicely in this plan. Combining with the moving of the parking garage underground, Castellea will become a stunning and green location, representative of the finest of Palo Alto. So really, I think any objective judgment of this plan will acknowledge that Castellea has really gone above and beyond to meet the wishes of the neighborhood and the city, and it creates a beautiful and ecological environment equal to the school's worldwide reputation. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Jim, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Sarah Sands. Sarah, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes. Good evening. I want to thank you to all the commissioners and staff for all of your time and energy in helping our city work through this project. It's been a long process, but it's been wonderful to make it to this point in the process. My husband and I have lived in Palo Alto for 17 years, and 2 of our daughters have graduated from Castellea. In addition, our 3rd daughter has finished middle school there and will start high school there tomorrow. Additionally, I should mention I'm currently on the Board of Trustees. Our experience at school has been one in which we have watched our daughters bloom. Castellea provides a place and opportunity for young women to grow. This modernized campus will be a big improvement from the current outdated facility. Our society needs more strong women leaders, and I've watched Castellea be part of inspiring girls to become those leaders. A very important value to our family, and I believe to a great many people in our community, is the ability for young women from under-resourced families to also receive a Castellea education. The extensive tuition assistance programs invite access to Castellea for many. I'm proud to be a member of a city as vibrant as Palo Alto that includes this amazing opportunity for young women. Thank you for your time.
Just to interject, I noticed that one of our panelists has their hand raised. Is that
So,
for public comment or is that a legacy?
I believe she has her hand raised to give the 3-minute rebuttal as part of the applicant's team after the public comments.
After the fact. All right, thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Neva Yarkin. Neva, can you please unmute yourself on your computer?
My name is Neva Yarkin, and I live on Churchill Avenue, 2 blocks from Castellea. My family has owned this property for over 60 years. Traffic in Palo Alto has continued to increase for years. Castellea's expansion, adding another 125 more women, will continue this traffic increase if approved. This will affect all of Palo Alto. I'm not a fan of parking garages for the following reason. If I had a daughter at the school, I would not get stuck in the parking garage or the traffic surrounding the school. I would drop my daughter off 1 block north of Embarcadero or 1 block south of Churchill so I could rush off to work. I'm sure others would do the same. Our lives have also changed with COVID added to the picture. Would any of you let your daughters take the train to school now with COVID in the air? Private cars will be the only option, which means more traffic. Construction could take 5 years. Hundreds of big cement trucks will have to follow the construction route in Palo Alto, which is taking Alma to any side streets close to the construction site. I emphasize to any side streets. One outcome for a big construction project site would be lane closures, which will happen on Embarcadero. An example of 1 lane closure during construction is happening now at Oregon Expressway during the day, which has lasted for months. Traffic is a nightmare. Another disturbing aspect of this project is that Castellea will continue to teach classes in portable buildings on top of speaker field while construction is going on. Trucks, cars, students, bikes from Castellea, plus all the same from the city of Palo Alto. How will that work? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Neva, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Bruce. Bruce, can you please unmute your microphone?
Thank you, Vin. Thanks for the opportunity to the PTC. I've lived and worked in Palo Alto for the past 50 years and immediately across from Castellea for 20 years. I'm a parent, an educator, support the goals of the school, but I cannot support this proposal. In an early public meeting after Castellea had disclosed their 15-20 over enrollment, Nancy Kaufman argued that enrollment of 448 students was the ideal pedagogical size for the school, based on 64 students in each of 7 grades. Now you're asked to consider 540 students. What happened to 448? As for floor area, Castellea already exceeds the allowable FAR of over 81,000 square feet for this site, yet seeks a variance to add over 30,000 square below-grade classrooms, plus another 30,000 square feet of below-grade basement with cars that would not normally be allowed. When questioned tonight, even the city planner could not clearly explain how the staff thinks this is allowed. As for process, Castellea and the city staff have rushed through a final EIR that includes a plan with, as described tonight by Dudek's representatives, significant alterations from the original submittal. Yet no public comment period occurred when these plans appeared. The latest revision to the proposed plan returns traffic into the neighborhood streets, a pattern that Castellea's first traffic consultant admitted did nothing to reduce car trips. Robert Eccles clearly concurs by using the same play to mitigate the tire impacts on Bryan and Emerson. Redistribution, however, is not really mitigation. My question to the PTC and city staff: why should the school continue to send traffic into 3 neighborhood streets when there's an available adjacent major arterial route? If there is too much traffic for Embarcadero, why isn't it too much for the neighborhood? Please reject this overreaching plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce, for your comments. Our next speaker will be Carla. And Carla, I believe you have a presentation for us.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oops, thank you. I'd like to echo earlier comments. After the public EIR comment period expired, Castellea submitted a revised plan. With all deference to Mr. Yang, I've not heard a good explanation why there was no public comment period for the revised plan. Surely this is not acceptable. As you can see by the illustration, this revised plan exacerbates the traffic impacts on all adjacent streets, and as was acknowledged earlier, increases the tire index on Bryant, which is a major bike boulevard. According to table MR52 in the FEIR, the school anticipates 1,477 car trips per day. Let me repeat, we're talking about 1,477 car trips per day, not including traffic related to the 95 events the school seeks. The impact of those was not studied. Additionally, the Palo Alto Muni Code stipulates 4 parking spaces per teaching station for a high school. This out-of-date code fails to consider that in this century, almost all of Castellea's driving age high schoolers drive to campus. Some 200 driving age students would have no option other than parking on neighborhood streets. Finally, under the EIR mitigations, there's no strict definition in the EIR as to what constitutes peak hours. If Castellea were to exceed the daily peak hour limit, they could simply move a portion of their student drop-off outside the published hours and then bring themselves into compliance. We request that you deny approval of this plan at this time and refer the project back to city staff to establish a new EIR comment period on the revised plan and review some of these unstudied aspects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carla, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker is Bob. Unfortunately, Bob is no longer in this meeting, so we'll move on to the next speaker, which is a phone caller with the last 4 digits, 6842. You will get prompted to unmute yourself by pressing, I believe, *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Doc McElhenney, and I want to build on Roger's earlier comments about the dire need for women in STEM. He is absolutely correct that all-girls environment is a game changer for creating women scientists. It has made all the difference for my daughters and their friends who are passionate about robotics and chemistry. From there, I'd like to say that I'm so impressed by the care and time that has gone into this independent, objective, final EIR. The response to a draft report was a year in the making. Thank you to everyone on the city staff who has taken so much care with this study. The process has yielded a fact-based analytical report that outlines a positive path forward with no significant impacts. And I urge you to honor that process and support the project alternative from Castellea. Throughout this process, Castellea has made thoughtful changes in response to feedback on the draft report and comments from the community. These include downsizing the garage and parking by 30%, retaining 2 homes to preserve housing and the neighborhood feel, returning to a multi-drop-off pickup plan to disperse traffic, protecting more trees, and doubling down on TDM to prevent more cars coming to campus. After 5 years and over 50 community meetings, this is an excellent compromise, and the final EIR recognizes the hard work that went into all of the changes and improvements. Castellea now has a plan with no significant impact. The final EIR also supports the underground parking garage over on-street parking. The garage, with its reduced size and modified traffic pattern, helps restore the neighborhood feeling and will not increase trips to campus because daily trips are capped. The sustainability measures create a campus that is an immediate improvement to the neighborhood and the environment. Within all the climate change that we see around us every day, it is time to take this important step forward. The campus buildings are inefficient, and modernization improves quality of life and reduces environmental impact. Please support this thorough and thoughtful final EIR. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Jeff Levinsky. Jeff, can you please unmute your microphone?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Good evening, Commission members. I sent in some questions about why the underground garage is not being considered as floor area. I appreciate Chief Planning Official French's comments earlier this evening to better explain the city's position. In particular, she said that the underground garage is not being considered by the city as a garage or as covered parking. That seems odd because the R1 code does refer to underground garages, but let's ignore that. Rather, she said that the city considers it a basement. She then put up a slide showing part of the basement law for R1. That's Law 1812090 of the Municipal Code, and she displayed Part B, which indeed states that basements should not be included in the gross floor area calculation. However, I didn't see her show you Part A of the law. It's in my letter in your packet, page 81. Let me read you the first few words of that law. It says, A, permitted basement area. Basements may not extend beyond the building footprint. So because the city considers the underground garage as a basement, it must also require that the underground garage be located completely under a building footprint. It's not. It's under a playing field. Although Ms. French did have a slide saying Part A doesn't apply to non-residences, the law itself doesn't say that. It has a special exemption for some main residences, but the law specifically says it applies to other structures too. Elsewhere in our code for our exemptions for non-residences are very explicit. There's no such language in that law. In short, since the city says the underground garage is a basement, it doesn't meet the law governing where basements can be in R1. How the applicant wants to then proceed is unclear, but putting it under the playing field is not legal and should be removed from your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker will be Parag Patel.
Good evening, and thank you, PTC, for including me and having me speak. Just to check, my wife, Maura Uman, whose name was on the list earlier. Okay, you have her there. Thank you. I'm the father of a 13-year-old who is going to be an 8th grader at Castellea starting this week. I live in Midtown Palo Alto. We've lived here for over a decade now. I also went to school in this area. First of all, I'd like to say that if you look at the revisions that Castellea has made in the last 12 to 24 months, they've shown extraordinary effort to address systematically a lot of the concerns that have been raised over the years. There was concerns about cars and the aesthetics, so they were moved underground, and so on, including the distributed drop-off, reducing the garage size, saving homes and trees, and constantly encouraging everybody associated with the school to be biking, sharing cars, or walking. I think it's an extraordinary effort that the school has demonstrated, and it feels like goalposts keep being changed on it, which is probably something, a moving target like that is tough to nail down. Second thing I'd like to say is that if you look at the Castellea footprint, there are many schools across Palo Alto. The Castellea footprint is not inconsistent with other schools. If you look at the traffic, the flow, the noise levels at other schools, all of which are smack in the middle of neighborhoods, what Castellea has and is proposing is not inconsistent with the other schools. So it would be a shame if the city were to apply extraordinary standards to one of the few all-girls schools in the area. I'd like to conclude by saying that Palo Alto has always been known as a center of education and intellectual life, and Castellea's mission squares perfectly with Palo Alto's history and reputation. And I think this is a historic opportunity for the PTC to further opportunities for girls and help create the next generation of leaders. It'd be a shame to get bogged down in the weeds and miss out on that big picture. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Heidi. Heidi, can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great. My name is Heidi Hopper, and I am a resident of Palo Alto. I've lived here since 2003. I'm also a parent of 2 graduates of Castellea and a board member at Castellea. Over the last 7 years, I've attended most of the neighbor meetings that have occurred, and I've had direct feedback with neighbors requesting the garage be built. And I actually have evidence of that in an article that I saved from the San Jose Mercury News, where they were quoted as saying that they would really like an underground garage and that would make them support the project. So as we can see, the neighbors change their minds over time on what it is that they really want.
I'm really sorry, but are you speaking on behalf of the applicant?
No, I am a resident of Palo Alto.
Okay, sorry. I thought I heard you say that you're a board member at Castellea. Thank you. Sorry. Can continue.
And so I've witnessed over the years that Castellet has really tried to redesign things and make things work for the neighborhood. And I really think we need to support this, the last iteration that we have seen in the records. The alternative number 4 gives us everything that we need in order to support this project. And it's much improved aesthetics. It's rebuilding the classrooms that are really needed. All of the other local schools, Palo, Gunn, Keys, both public and private, have modernized campuses, and Castellet really needs to do that to support the women's learning and growing needs for that community. And so I'm asking you as members of the PTC to consider supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be the phone caller with the last 4 digits, 5505. Then after that will be another phone caller with the last digits, 0412. Will the phone caller, the last 4 digits, 5505, please unmute yourself, and you may do so by pressing *6.
Hi, good evening to all the commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to share my support for Castellet. My name's Kathleen Foley Hughes, and I've lived in Palo Alto for 30 years. And as some of you may know, I'm also the founder of Ada's Cafe. We are a Palo Alto-based social enterprise that employs 37 adults with disabilities in our cafe and catering business. Ada's Cafe has worked closely with Castellet students for the past 8 years, and I want to state clearly what an asset Castellet is to the Palo Alto community. Castellet students who work with Ada's are thoughtful, smart, optimistic, caring, responsible, and deeply engaged. Castellet's community partnerships in Palo Alto and East Palo Alto have included Ada's Cafe, Brentwood School, the Palo Alto VA Hospital, the Downtown Streets team, and several more. No other school in the area has made a commitment to local nonprofits. Given the contributions of Castellet to the Palo Alto community, it is frankly incomprehensible to me when people suggest that Castellet should move or that Castellet shouldn't be allowed to increase their enrollment. The school is educating young women to be our country's future leaders, to be compassionate citizens in our communities, and to be the change makers that are greatly needed to make our world a better place. I see this every day in my interactions with Castellet students, and I implore you to create opportunities for more girls. Palo Alto is renowned nationally as a leader and innovator, and as a city that reveres education. And that reputation is due in part to Castellet. Castellet's commitment to community is truly making a difference to real people and the overall goodness of our city. Everything I've read in the Castellet proposal,
Your time has expired, Ms. Foley Hughes.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
And anyway, I ask you to please support Castellet's application to increase their enrollment to 540 students. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Looks like the user number 60 CSA resource chair left and rejoined the meeting as a slightly different name with number 2 at the end. So I will call on that person to see if they have anything to say. CSA resource chair, can you please unmute your microphone?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Trisha Suvari. So dear commissioners, my name is Trisha Suvari. I live in the Duveneck St. Francis neighborhood. I am addressing you in response to the positive news about the final environmental impact report for Castellet's modernization. It is very exciting that there is now a new alternative that is both environmentally superior and has no significant impacts. I attended the Planning and Transportation Commission hearing last summer, and I'm so gratified that Castellet has addressed the core concerns that I heard voiced there. With the much smaller garage design and dispersed drop-off, Castellea has retained homes to keep the neighborhood feel, preserved beloved trees, and eliminated the traffic impacts. Bravo to Castellea for developing this excellent solution and thoughtful compromise. I appreciate the time and care that went into studying the findings in the draft environmental impact report, listening to neighbors, and responding creatively. I look forward to seeing our community come together around the good work Castellea has done as the project is now able to move forward into another phase. Even more, I'm thrilled that Castellea's enrollment increase is supported in this report. Now, more than ever, offering this unique educational opportunity for a more diverse set of young women is a mandate for a city like Palo Alto. While there are so many things we can disagree about as we watch our state, nation, and planet struggle through the pressures of current events, education is always part of every solution for a better future for all. Thank you for considering my comments, and I urge you to support alternative number 4 for Castellea, the plan with a smaller garage and distributed drop-off. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be the phone caller with the last 4 digits, 0412. You may unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hello. Hey, am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much. Hey, this is Tony Hughes. I lived in Palo Alto since 1955. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak tonight. When I went to Pali, there were 500 students. Today, there are 2,000 students. Stanford enrollment over the last 10 years has grown from 15,000 to 20,000. Sales taxes at Town and Country Village have increased over 65% over the last 10 years. I guess by comparison, Castellea's proposed increase of 26% in enrollment hardly seems like the straw that's breaking the camel's back, given these other improvements and encouragements in the congestion that people were talking about earlier today. But let me talk about a different approach here, and that is that I want to highlight the impressive and groundbreaking sustainability features of Castellea's project alternative. This plan establishes new standards for environmentally sound construction and design in Palo Alto. As you may know, California has outlined new goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2050. Palo Alto's own Sustainability Climate Action Plan aims to meet this goal by 2030. Castellea's project alternative surpasses both of these aggressive agreements with even more comprehensive solutions for a clean and sustainable future, and that's important to all of us. Key elements of that program are environmentally friendly aspects such as fossil fuel-free spaces with the exception of science labs, complete reliance on on-site generated energy through features like on-site solar and heat recovery, sustainable upgrades to transportation infrastructure with bike parking, charging stations for electric vehicles, which you don't see at Pali or Town and Country, with additional electric shuttle routes, drought-resistant landscaping, preservation of trees, construction will use only non-hazardous, responsibly sourced green materials, and the old campus buildings will be disassembled to maximize reuse and recycling, utilizing building materials from the old campus. So Castellea's program, I think, has clearly demonstrated one of Palo Alto's key values that you look and you'll see it in all the materials of our commitment to environmental sustainability, which is very, very important. I think the last thing I would just say is that I think Castellea is a key piece of our puzzle here. For those of you who remember Harker School, which left the area between, in community center between Rinconada and Eleanor Park.
Sorry, Mr. Hughes, you're over time.
Oh, great. Thanks very much. Well, listen, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I hope you all have a good night. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, can you please unmute yourself on your computer?
Hi, Commission. Thank you very much. As a feminist, a woman who is in STEM, and a woman who studied engineering at Stanford, I am offended and appalled by the irrationality and duplicity of Castellea's official position requiring it to comply with the law like the rest of us is somehow an attack on women in STEM. How dare you? No one wants to kill Castellea. No one is keeping Castellea from increasing its enrollment. No one is otherwise trying to harm Castellea. All we are trying to do is insist that Castellea follow the law like the rest of residents in Palo Alto. The law very clearly provides that the lots that Castellea lies on, unlike the lots of all the other schools that Castellea points to, are zoned for residential. If Castellea just would move to a lot that is zoned for schools, like all the other schools, including even the public schools that it points to for comparison, if Castellea would just move to a Palo Alto lot that is zoned for schools, it could literally do everything it wants and still serve Ada's Cafe and still help women in STEM and still do all the wonderful things it claims it does that I no longer actually believe it, given the duplicity of its presentations over the course of the past 20 years. There are dozens of available lots south of Stanford for Castellea, and if Castellea cannot afford to move to alternate locations, then why did Nancy Kaufman, on behalf of Castellea, sign in free will, represented by expensive lawyers, an agreement in 2013 that I urge you, Commission, to look at? In these agreements, documented in a series of letters, Nancy Kaufman very clearly agreed that if she did not reduce enrollment to 415, not 440 anything, but 15, she would agree that the school would undergo hearings to have the permit revoked. You are supposed to be revoking this permit now. Please follow the contracts and the law, and please, please honor the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca, for your comments. Our next speaker is Kathy W. Kathy, can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, good evening. My name is Kathy Williams, and I think it's incredible to ask a 100-year-old school to move away because it's in a residential area. I think the school is here way before any of us are here. I live on Bryant Street in Old Palo Alto, quite close to Castellea. And I would like to express my support to the school's revised plan, because I think it reflects a genuine effort by the school to compromise and find an outcome that is acceptable for itself and for the neighbors. It's unfair to object to every plan the school is proposing, as some of the neighbors seems to be doing, just like we can't oppose a neighbor's remodeling proposal no matter what they do. The school has a place in the neighborhood, just as each neighbor does, and we should strive to find a path forward that works for everyone, just as we would with a neighbor who is remodeling their home. I learned that Castellea is now making a genuine smaller and is able to conserve 16 more trees. In revising their plan, Castellea is going to plant 103 new trees, leaving and relocating 139 trees and removing 18 trees due to drought or illness. I think that is a reasonable plan, and it will leave the school with a bigger and healthier canopy. As a neighbor who often walk by the school, I particularly appreciate the beautiful canopy that defines Palo Alto. Thank you, Castellea, for recommending a plan that takes care of our tree and does its best to find a balance between the school's need and the desire of the neighbors. So we can't just say no to every proposal. It's simply unfair. We have to be reasonable. That's why I support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Maura Ullman. Maura, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Maura Ullman. I'm the parent of an 8th grade student at Castellea. I have been a Palo Alto resident for the last 13 years and an active community member as well. I strongly support the thoughtful, well-researched proposal presented by Castellea School to modernize its campus, increase high school enrollment, and reduce its impact on the neighborhood. I'd like to comment this evening on the school's tuition assistance program, which I'm familiar with as a volunteer for Castellea's Parent Association. Contrary to some public comments that have suggested that Castellea is only available to the 1%, I would like to highlight the robust tuition assistance program for families who cannot afford the cost of tuition. The school's tuition assistance program expands opportunities to more students and thereby impacts more lives. In fact, increasing Castellea's enrollment to 540 will provide access to more young women from diverse backgrounds. Here are some helpful details on the tuition assistance at Castellea. Castellea was founded in 1907 to equalize educational opportunities for young women. That tradition continues today as Castellea works to increase enrollment and offer this educational opportunity to more young women. 26 students currently enrolled at Castellea will be the first in their family to go to college. 22% of enrolled students receive tuition assistance. The Castellea community has created a $3.3 million annual tuition assistance budget, which has increased dramatically in recent years to expand opportunity. Support includes everything from tuition, uniforms, books, field trips, trips to visit colleges for seniors, and more. During COVID, the school significantly increased assistance for families who needed support with technology and other unexpected needs. Castellea's new master plan with increased enrollment will also offer increased tuition assistance to continue to make this transformational education experience accessible, no matter a family's financial circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight. And there are no more raised hands. So Chair Templeton, that concludes public comments for this evening.
Is Sulev Savari still there?
Sulev is no longer in this meeting, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. All right. So we have completed it. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers who have come out and listened to the staff report and the presentation and shared your thoughts. We have had a really good 2.5 hours of comment. I'd like to turn it back to the commissioners to determine what our next steps will be. The options I see, and I'm open to other suggestions, are yes. Oh, we need to do the response?
Rebuttal, yeah.
That's right. Getting ahead of myself. Thank you so much, Commissioner Alchek. All right, so I see that we have a response from Mindy Romanowski. A rebuttal.
And reminder, Mindy, you have 3 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, commissioners and members of the public. Thank you for your time this evening. I know it's late and we really do appreciate the feedback. My name is Mindy Romanowski. I'm a partner with the law firm of Jorgensen, Siegel, McClure, and Flegel in Menlo Park. As Castellea's land use attorney, I would like to comment tonight on a few legal assertions that I've heard that were either incorrect or require clarification. I will be submitting a formal letter prior to the next PTC hearing on the project to address the legal issues raised and to ensure that there is a clear record of legal support for this project. And I know I only have a short period here, so I'm going to try to hit a few issues and the rest will be in my letter. First, the garage. Based on community comments, further clarity appears needed around the legality of a below-grade parking facility in a residential zone. The garage, which was proposed at the suggestion of neighbors, I will emphasize, is a below-grade parking facility, not a basement. I have studied Palo Alto Municipal Code, and a literal read of your code prohibits underground parking for residential uses, but does not prohibit underground parking facilities for non-residential uses in the R1 zone. This is very consistent with the precedent mentioned by staff earlier. Your code also does not require that below-grade parking counts towards GFA when constructed to support a conditionally approved use, like a school. Not only does your code not prohibit the underground garage, but your comp plan, with due respect to Ms. Monshark, is very clear. Goal policy T 5.6 strongly encourages for all new developments of all types to put in below-grade parking for all types of uses. In fact, Goal 5 encourages attractive, convenient, efficient, and innovative solutions for all users. That would include a school. Thus, the city would be well within your discretion to find that the underground garage is consistent both with your code and your comprehensive plan. Secondly, I want to just touch on recirculation. There is nothing in CEQA that requires recirculation of this final EIR. Recirculation is required when significant new information regarding substantial adverse environmental effects of the project or a feasible way to mitigate or avoid an effect, including a project alternative that the project's proponents have declined to implement. Here, there are no new substantial adverse environmental effects identified. The attorney for PNQL, Ms. Monshark, suggests that there is evidence for new significant impacts. The record does not support this assertion. As noted by the presentation this evening by Dudick, the city staff, and W-Trans, all of them analyzed and the potential impacts of the project alternative, and these observations that are coming in are without substantial evidence. Without identification by these experts who studied the issue in an objective manner of any new substantial adverse environmental effects, there is no basis for recirculation. Further, the introduction of alternative 4 is not a basis for recirculation simply because it was introduced after the draft EIR. The CEQA law clearly provides that when a new alternative is introduced in the FEIR that is feasible, mitigates or avoids adverse environmental effects, and the applicant is agreeable to implementing the alternative, that the recirculation is not mandated or required by CEQA. These changes in the FEIR are not something of concern, but a textbook example of how CEQA is working to effectively analyze the project.
Thank you, Ms. Romanowski.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I ran out of time. I could say a lot more.
We look forward to your letter. Thank you.
Of course. And thank you for your time and your service.
All right. Sorry about getting ahead of myself, folks. Any other business before we decide what the commissioners, how the commissioners want to proceed? Okay. So we have a few options, and of course, I'm open to other ideas, but one option would be to see if there are any urgent comments that need to be made this evening and to agree to limit ourselves. We clearly have a lot more to discuss that I'm concerned that the hour is getting late. If we do want to have a round of discussion, we may want to take a break first. It's been 2.5 hours since our last break. However, there may be some interest in having our discussion all together, and we clearly do need to continue. We won't be able to fit it all in this evening. So we could also forego the comments this evening and have everything on the continuance. So who would like to weigh in on, oh, looks like Ms. Tanner.
The only thing I want to just, for the commissioners in terms of scheduling, we do have availability at our next hearing, which is September 9th. We only have one item, which is only estimated to be about an hour. So we can continue to our next hearing as opposed to the September 30th hearing, which was suggested in the staff report, but we could resume this earlier than September 30th.
And in that case, you know, public comment is now closed, so we would be able to jump right into our discussion.
I make a personal request. That's my birthday, so I prefer to be able to celebrate with my family, but if possible, and not spend all night on this topic. But I'm fine going as late as we need to on this tonight, if that's preferable for the commission.
Commissioner Alchek has a comment, followed by Commissioner Lowing and Commissioner Vice Chair Rupavar.
So I'm of two minds here. I agree, it's late, and I know that we're all volunteers here, but my impression is that the staff is asking us for direction as to whether they should begin preparing a draft of findings. If we don't begin the process of shedding light on how we feel about this, then they can't do that for our next discussion, which makes me think that that would mean that there would be 3 Planning Commission meetings devoted to this topic. And I'm uncomfortable with that because we've been working on this since 2015. And to put that in perspective, I think 15 different commissioners have participated in hearings on this topic. one of the topics that came up today was about this sort of idea of moving the goalposts. And so I would suggest that maybe it's Assistant Director Tanner can sort of give me some guidance here. But if she thinks we can wrap this up in one meeting at our next night, then okay. But if that's not the plan, I think that pushing this into September and then what I imagine will be October seems unreasonable. And Billy, happy birthday. Hopefully you spent most of the day with your family in quarantine, like the rest of us. And so that, and maybe your kids are in bed already. So we can just sort of focus on this for maybe an hour, give them some direction, and then not have 3 meetings on this topic.
No, it's the 9th. The 9th is my birthday. I don't want to meet on the 9th. 9/9, man.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Alchak. Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, I think this is a complicated and obviously controversial agenda item, and I don't expect that it's going to be wrapped up in an hour. So I'm pretty reluctant to, start this important thing at 10:35 at night. So I would like to take it up again at the next meeting. And if you'd like a motion to continue, I'm happy to make that, but like to hear other comments as well.
I appreciate that. Yes, let's do hear from others, and we'll come back to you. Vice Chair Rupavar, followed by Commissioner Suma and Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, I hear Commissioner Alchak's comments, but I agree with Commissioner Lowing. I mean, it's late. I want to be able to dedicate full attention to this, and I don't think this is something that's going to get wrapped up in an hour, unfortunately. I am not going to be here on September 9th. I have a pre-planned absence. But if you guys want to proceed without me, I don't want to stall this. If you guys want to go ahead and proceed without me on the 9th, that's fine. Or if we continue to the 30th, I'll be there. Those are my comments. But yeah, I would support a motion to continue this. It's late. This is not going to get wrapped up in an hour.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Suma.
So I could go either way, but I appreciate it is pretty late to start something this complicated, and I can't imagine we would be at it long enough to give staff much direction. That being said, I also and I think spending 3 meetings on it would be fine. I had a conversation with Director Late about this where he was totally open to maybe going more than 2 meetings, maybe 3. He just wanted it to get fully vetted in the public. So I'd be happy to continue it. And I'd be happy to be as flexible as staff can be to find a date other than 1 or 2 of our colleagues have conflicts also. So a different Wednesday or a different day. That would, if we can look, depending on how busy how that works for staff, really.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Suma. Commissioner Heckman.
So I think I understood staff to say earlier that our options for the next meeting, if we're coming back on September 9th, that would not be a meeting where they'd be presenting draft findings. They need more time than that. And before they could do that, they need direction from us. And while I think maybe we could give them, the commissioners could give them a tentative, thumbs up or thumbs down, prepare conditions for approval or denial tonight. I don't really think that that's the base level of information that staff is looking for. I think they want some detail to help them shape the findings. And I do think that it's going to be more than an hour for the 7 of us to weigh in and provide that level of detail tonight. So, but what I do think that we could do that might be productive tonight is, for example, in listening to the comments, I did identify kind of 4 discrete questions that I want to ask staff in response to some of what we heard from the neighbors. And maybe some of you have some discrete questions too, which we could just ask tonight so that staff can be ready to respond, both to us and to the neighbors who raised them when we come back, whether that's the 9th or the meeting after that. And so I'm willing, I think we could do that in a lot less time tonight. And so I would put that on the table as a productive thing to move forward with tonight.
Yeah.
Who's speaking?
It was Riggs. Yeah,
All
I was
right,
very
go for it.
excited. I mean, I guess I'll add I have a more substantive. I mean, like when I step back from this EIR, I feel like there's like and actually Commissioner Walvogel mentioned this when we heard this last. I feel like there's a pretty glaring alternative missing still, and I just can't be pretty candid about that. It is, and it came up in some of the comments as well. So I mean, I just like I still feel like there's a kind of like it's a variation of the no project, but there's pretty clearly the public is asking for an offsite alternative.
Okay, so let's hold that for a round of comments. I wanted to weigh in here as well. I think that we just consumed a tremendous amount of information on top of the information we've all been studying over the past several weeks. And I, for one, appreciate the chance to let it sink in and to process it and to be able to dive into the details and the nuance of what was conveyed in public comment. So I'm not sure this time of night is the right time to do that. However, I agree with what Commissioner Heckman said. That was definitely my intention about having another round just for handling those immediate questions and preparing staff when they do come back, that these are the kinds of questions we're going to want to know more about. We'd have to agree to limit ourselves so that we don't get out of hand. There's so much going on here. We do need to have enough time to process it and go all the way through it. I also, as far as whether we continue to next week or to the 30th, if we're going to have two commissioners not fully available on that date, I'd be reluctant to choose that date. How does the 30th look for everybody? Do we have any planned or known absences for the 30th? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay.
If it's just a quick question. If we're going to have this over 3 meetings and it would take them more than a week or two to work on the findings after they get our input, then I would not, I would suggest, as much as I'd love Commissioner Rudwar to be there, I think she can send comments in via email, and we can provide staff our comments on the 9th. I understand that it's late, but I am loath to push this out because we might have some planned absences. I feel like the commission needs just a small number of people to do it. It needs its quorum to do business, and Giselle can participate, electronically, and then she can read the minutes and she can still vote on the item when it comes back to us, presumably staff early October. I mean, if we met on the 9th, how long would it be before?
Hold that thought though. Staff originally suggested the 30th. We were the ones that were trying to push it up to the 9th.
Well, I'm just suggesting that if we're not going to do anything tonight, then why would we push it to the 30th for the follow-up? I think maybe staff had that idea because they wanted the 4 weeks to do the work. But if there's no intention for staff to do a lot of prep before the 9th or the 30th for that matter, because we haven't given them any direction, then maybe we could have that slot that Assistant Director Tanner mentioned on the 9th and give them the direction, and then they'd have the time to then work on the next.
And I can submit comments, like that's not a problem. I can submit comments for minutes and then vote. That's no problem for me.
Director Late or Assistant Director Tanner, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. So, I think appreciate all the comments and, the late hour. We obviously, we concur. It is a little bit late to be engaged in a deep conversation about this. The continuation makes sense, and we would like to have as many commissioners present as possible for the conversation. I don't know how individual commissioners are, how their schedules are. We could continue this to next week. I might ask Vin if he can look at the city calendar to see if there's any conflicts on any other city meetings that might be taking place. But we don't necessarily need to be bound to your regular schedule. And I do share Commissioner Olczyk's concern about continuing it to September 30th. One, I think you lose a little bit of the conversation that you heard this evening from the public, at the longer that carries on. So I would ask if next week might be feasible, and if that's not feasible, then we could even explore a different day of the week too. So
and to that point, if we don't want to get in scheduling now, if next week's great and we can get a thumbs up, we can just say that. We could also have a motion to a date uncertain, but knowing that it'd be before the 30th, and we would work with you all in the intervening time to find that date. So
heads up, the only conflict I have is the XCAP meeting goes late that day, but this is my priority and I can let them know.
And likewise, I teach on Wednesday nights from 6 to 7:30. So I'm team teaching. So I don't know. I have to talk with my colleague. I'm my co-professor on this. So I may be working until like 7:30ish.
Well, it is a special meeting if we had it on a different day, and so we could adjust the time according to what the body decided.
I actually have a conflict for, are you talking about having it on Wednesday the 2nd? I do have a conflict.
Commissioner Suma. So okay. If there was a motion, or if the group decided, we could work to know that we wanted it before the 30th to find a date that worked for everybody and have a special meeting. And the motion would be to continue to a date uncertain, because we don't know the date, but we would understand that the goal is to have it, sooner rather than later.
I misunderstand. Is the 9th not alternative also?
Yeah, it sounds like you might be missing at least one, possibly two commissioners on the 9th.
Oh, who is the second commissioner not available on the 9th?
Riggs.
Commissioner Riggs.
Yeah, I'm available. Just I'd prefer to perhaps spend time with my family. So I'll make it happen if I need to.
But the 9th is a regular scheduled meeting day.
Yes, I'll be there.
Okay. So yeah, we're happy to, and even on the 9th, if you wanted to celebrate early, we could even start that a little bit later or earlier too. So
Commissioner Lowing has a comment.
I would just like to move the continuance of the meeting to the 9th or earlier, and just take it from there in terms of scheduling. But we've always had a real problem when we tried to do a last minute special meeting, because we all have busy calendars. So I'm thinking it probably has to go to the 9th.
I would second that, but can we allow the question session?
Sorry?
I would second your motion, but can we allow this session of this 40-minute question session or whatnot?
That's not my motion. So, you guys can debate that, but I think.
Are you amenable to?
I think Bart, you said you had like 4 questions that I thought the speakers were outstanding in terms of identifying a lot of issues, and I've got about 14.
Yeah, a lot too.
All right. So the question now is how to proceed. Do we continue now, or do we have a round of questions and then continue? Right. That's what we're discussing.
Yeah, and Miss Chair, I think Miss Tanner. Oh.
I think we have a motion though. Did we get a second? Okay.
I know I want to speak against the motion. Is that Miss Tanner provided a very reasonable proposal, which was to continue to a date uncertain, which could, I think staff would explore a potential date, which
hold on just a
could
second.
Be prior to the 9th. So
hold on, Commissioner Riggs. So let's let the person who made the motion, the person who seconded, and then we can have our discussion, if that would be all right. Commissioner Lowing, did you need to say any more about your motion?
No, I'm trying to be sensitive to folks wanting to move, including starting with Commissioner Olczyk, wanting to move faster. So I was trying to put that constraint on it. But
okay, thank you.
That's all.
Commissioner Suma?
I think it makes sense at this point to just continue it to the next available date, and with the
okay, thank you. Commissioner Riggs? You wanted to speak against the motion?
I just think that staff's recommendation of trying to find a date before the 9th where we could accelerate the discussion was actually a pretty damn good suggestion. And I thought that was a pretty good, I thought, Assistant Director Tanner's suggestion was great. Continue to a date uncertain and try to find a date prior to the 9th. But that's not the motion on the floor which is my understanding.
No, that is the motion. I said to the 9th or sooner.
Okay.
Seems
So
compatible.
we're not going to be able to go sooner. You need to continue to a date certain if it's going to be before the 9th, because we have noticing requirements that we'd have to coordinate with the paper and produce the mailing. So it's either to a date certain between now and the 9th, or we can continue it to the 9th. And then if the 9th is not acceptable, then that's when Ms. Tanner's recommendation would come into play, that we would work with the commissioners to see where we can find a date sooner than the 30th.
All right, any other discussion on this motion? Commissioner Alchek, followed by Commissioner Heckman.
There's only 7 of us. Is it worth the exercise of seeing if Thursday the next week works? I'm just tossing out dates right now, but do we want to go through that small effort to see what days next week might work? If not, then the 9th or whatnot.
I have a conflict on the 3rd. Will not be able to attend.
Okay. And then I would suggest, Commissioner Heckman, that while I would have liked to hear your questions, maybe you could send them to the secretary, and then they could share them with the commissioners, and staff could still get the benefit of having them and prepare answers to them before our next meeting. I consistently believe that we should utilize that option to send staff our questions before hearings so that they can get us answers. So if you're open to that, and this motion passes without an opportunity to ask any questions tonight, maybe you would consider doing that.
Am I up, Chair Templeton? So
yes, I was muted, but yes, you are.
Okay, all right. I'm open to that idea. I was intending to oppose the motion solely because, again, I want to, whenever it is we come back for the next meeting, I'm going to want answers to these questions that members of the public asked. And what I don't want to happen is staff to say we're going to have to go look at that. So I can send those if I thought this was a more sort of public way to recognize the speakers who asked the question and let them know that they were heard, that their FEIR comments after the release of the FEIR were heard and are being pursued. But I can send them by email if that's the will of the group.
All right, so just to clarify, if you want to have a chance to have a round of discussion, vote no on this. If you want to continue it now without further discussion, vote yes on this. Is that right? Okay, so let's have our vote. Mr. Nguyen.
Yes, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Alchek?
No.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
No. No.
Commissioner Heckman?
No.
Commissioner Lowing?
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs?
No.
Vice Chair Vukovar?
Yes.
Commissioner Suma?
You're on mute, Commissioner Suma.
Sorry. Yes.
Chair Templeton?
You're the deciding
I
vote.
love you guys for putting me in this spot
Deciding vote.
tonight. I do feel the need to have a quick round of questions. I do want to continue it. I'm going to vote no so that we can have the questions. They should be brief, and any further questions that don't fit in your time should be emailed. But I will vote no so that people have a chance to be heard. I apologize, Commissioner Lowing and Suma.
Okay, the motion fails 3-4.
All right, we are gonna, does anyone want a break? All right, we're powering through. Round of questions starting. Oh, Assistant Director Tanner, you had questions or comments?
Just want to make sure the expectation is we will be writing these questions down and we will come back with answers. We will not be answering them now. Or
That is my expectation as well.
Just want to confirm that.
Okay. All right. So we're going to start with Commissioner Heckman. Anyone else who has comments, please raise your hand.
Thank you. And these are, I think, quite brief.
5 minutes or less.
I'm going to cede my time to somebody else.
All right.
All right. Mr. Shannon made a statement that the FEIR fails to study the Kellogg-Bryant intersection. I'd like to hear from Fair and Peers whether that was so. If so, why? If not, maybe just a point in the record where it was studied. Second, Nelson, I thought his name was Nelson said that Project Alternative 4 assumes the traffic distribution among the 3 drop-off points without any basis for it. So again, I think that's a traffic engineer to tell us whether that's true. If it's not, to perhaps point in the FEIR where that's explained. The third one is the attorney for PNQL pointed to Palo Alto's SOV policies and said that those discourage garages. So I'd be interested in I didn't really catch the flavor of that in the staff report. I'd be interested in staff's view on that. And then the last point, I thought her name was Carla Becerra, I may mispronounce that, said that the traffic impacts of the 95 events were not studied. So again, I'd like to know if that issue was addressed in the FEIR, and if so, maybe just a quick reference to where people can find that information. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Very compact. Thank you so much, Commissioner Heckman. All right, next is Commissioner Lowing, followed by Riggs and Rupavar. You're muted.
Commissioner Heckman, you got part of my list, so we're going to be really efficient. There was also a comment on the Kellogg side needs, the Kellogg side traffic needs a look. And so I'd like to just hear what that's about. The ARB also said that Kellogg side needed some modifications. So maybe we can get that information from the ARB. I'm trying to limit my questions just relative to some of these comments that we heard. Let's see. Are we right now tracking any of the TDM at Cassidy? Would be a question. And the one letter was written that there are no net new trips at this point. So want to drill down on that a little bit. Let's see. Okay, there are a couple of comments that two things that are related. One said that this is creating precedent, which would potentially apply to other private schools. So that's something to be investigated. Appreciate the comment on COVID spacing, but you know, if there's any provision for that, understanding that COVID is not going to be here forever. That's all for now.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Riggs, followed by Rupavar and Suma.
Yeah. I'm gonna, if you can give me like 2 more minutes, I'm gonna be much more efficient. I'm just actually, I had one more thought. I want to be most efficient. Okay. So I'm gonna, if you can come back to me in no like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Rupavar.
Okay. So I'd like to see what the layout of the temporary campus on Speaker or the field is going to look like with the project alternative and a better understanding of how long it's going to be there. I'd like to learn more about whether there's a proposal on what can be done with the Kingsley Alma local impact. And I'd like to know more about whether, since the 2013 city action, has Castellea been in compliance with the restrictions that have been put on it and have been following those.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Suma and then come back to Riggs.
Okay, so so many good questions from members of the public. I wanted to know, this is not in order of importance. Well, primarily, I do think that there is a lot of confusion about the subterranean below grade FAR, and I do not believe we currently have a way to not count that FAR. So I want that to be explained better, and I want any precedents to be found in because I don't believe that Colometh on Manuela is a good precedent for that. I would like to, some have already been mentioned. Oh, somebody mentioned not having the temporary school sites during construction, but finding an alternate place for the students to go during that time. And I think that's something that should be looked at. I think the impacts of greenhouse gases and single occupancy vehicle trips associated with garage is a legitimate concern. I would like to know if the Department of Urban Forestry evaluated the trees that were going to be kept, the redwood trees behind, I think it's the Lockheed house or the other house that Casti owns, the proximity to the excavation and the wall for the garage, because it looks really close. And if it's, you know, going to take half of the roots going in one whole direction, whether it's actually possible. I understand the intention is to save the trees, but is that actually possible? The EIR evaluated the number of events, and this was something I believe a consultant from Dudek said, the number of events, not from the number of the events that are allowed in the current CUP, which is not being followed, but the number of events they're actually having, which is dramatically more than is involved than is allowed in the CUP. So that doesn't seem like the right way to do it to me, because it suggests that the increase of events is minimal as opposed to huge. Currently, they're allowed 5 main events and several others, but I think she said they worked off of like 100 events. So that doesn't seem correct. For me to be comfortable with this project and the CUP, I think we have to really find a way to craft a CUP that the city and the school can enforce together, because that has not been done for basically 2 decades. I have other notes here. It's kind of hard to do in this way, kind of fast. So that's, I guess that would be partial list. Oh, my other big question is, I understand that the redistribution and the introduction again of surface drop-off spots avoids the tire index because it's more scattered, but it does nothing to reduce the number of trips coming to the school on a daily basis. So I think the environmental review is not to like avoid one way of understanding the impacts, which is the tire impacts, which is a specific way, but it doesn't reduce the overall number of trips. So it's not really reducing the impacts for people in the neighborhood, and the redistribution creates more tension on the bike route and the other sensitive routes nearby. And finally, I do think that an all shuttle, except for essential workers, or a mostly shuttle for the students and teachers, alternatives should be looked at quite seriously. Buses or shuttles, but the idea that people aren't going to be taking single occupancy vehicle to the trip. And I think that would ultimately help the school that's very crowded on a small site with the number of students they want. I guess that's enough for now.
Thank you very much. And remember, you can, if you want to prepare staff, you can always send your questions ahead of time or just bring them to the next meeting.
I have a problem with us sending questions into staff because as Commissioner Heckman mentioned, that takes it out of a public review process. And this is obviously on both sides. The public is very interested in this. So I think it would be better.
I definitely think that whatever questions you send in, you would want to then also publicly discuss. I think it was more of a courtesy, so they would be prepared with a response and be more efficient when they respond to you, but that is optional, of course. Commissioner Riggs, followed by Commissioner Alchek.
Yeah, Mike, I could use a couple more minutes. I'm trying to get my thoughts really efficient if you want to go before me.
Jump in. I'll just first respond to that. Normally when commissioners send in questions to staff circulates the question to the rest of the commission, becomes public record, and then immediately is included in the staff report for the following meeting. So rest assured that not only is it extremely efficient to provide staff questions ahead of time for precisely the reason that Commissioner Heckman mentioned, which is that they don't say, we'll get back to you. It also becomes a part of the permanent record. And if we can even make it, I mean, Chair Tomlin can make it a part of something that she highlights if it really becomes an issue, I think, ahead of meetings. Okay, I am not going to touch on the AR. I don't have very many questions. I'll reserve the right to send a question if I come across one. I've really never seen such a comprehensive ER in my life. So I'm good there. I will I'm hopefully not creating too much work for you, Ms. French. But I do have some questions in anticipation of the conversation we're going to have on the conditions of approval. And I hope you'll be amenable to looking into some of these things, and I'll just kind of tick some of them off. I would like to know how many schools in Palo Alto are in R1 zones. I know it kind of works differently for public schools, but let's just say all schools. And maybe the public schools will be the only ones that are technically not zoned R1. But I think it'd be nice to have a table of just how many schools are in our neighborhoods to just sort of give a sense for, it's my impression we don't have school zone, and a couple speakers sort of talked to that idea tonight. And I think it would help if we had a reference point. I'm also interested, and this is hopefully not too much work, some sort of appendix that details the conditions currently in force on those said schools, whether they're preschools, kindergartens, maybe even daycares. What are the conditions currently in place? Are there noise conditions that exceed our standard noise ordinance? Do we have requirements regarding the number of events these what I expect to be mostly private schools can have? I think it would be helpful to have that. And I mention that for two reasons. Number one, it'd be a good place for us to start. And number two, I have some concerns that based off the length of this process, I shouldn't say concerns. I want to make sure that this school isn't treated any differently than the other schools in our community for any reason at all. And I think that if we don't say to ourselves, well, how many portables does Palo Alto High School have? Before we say that they can't have any portables, I think we're running into a problem. So that would be a perfect example. Do we have a condition that says a school can't have a portable or a certain number of portables? And then to what extent does Palo Alto High School or Gunn High School have portables? I know Gunn High School recently did some work, and Palo Alto is planning on doing some work. And I know that they're not subject to our ordinances in the same way that private schools would be in an R1 zone. But I think it begs comparison just to have an idea of what's happening, a mile away at a co-ed school. And then I think the last question I would have about the conditional use is I think it would help if we had a little bit more of a history lesson on why staff has sort of moved to this variance approach as opposed to the historical process for using a use permit, to create all the flexibility necessary in building structures that support the school's use. And I don't think it'll be difficult based off the EIR and the staff report to make findings for variance. It just strikes me as odd that the approach that has been historically utilized is being abandoned. And so I think we need a little bit of a sort of review of why that is. And it would be interesting to me in particular to know when was the last use permit used for this exact purpose, to allow development that exceeds any of our zoning codes. Was it in the last 10 years? What made that school different than this school? And I ask this because I'm reminded of the First Baptist, I will call it debacle, which is where we went down a road, got to the finish line, and then sort of switched the script and ultimately couldn't make findings as easily, but struggled to. And I want to avoid that. So there is a part of me that would like to better understand the history, and also more than that, when was the last time we did it? How many current private schools, maybe in the last 15 years, have developed their properties with variances as opposed to use permits, or use permits as opposed to variances? And is this the first instance where we are making this new requirement? And if it is, what was the rationale for going down that road? And then I think that would be the end of my questions for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Riggs, are you ready?
Yes, thank you for being patient with me. I wanted to try to be efficient. So maybe contradicting Commissioner Alchek again, I just, or a little bit, one of the things that strikes me, just kind of a meta assessment of the EIR, is that if we looked at from a land use standpoint, from a highest and best use standpoint, like the land use of this site is best served as housing. It's actually not as a school. So this is problematic to start off with. I think we have to acknowledge that, and I don't feel like the EIR acknowledges that at this point. It doesn't acknowledge the general plan conflict that this site presents. So I'm going to start big and then filter down to some kind of like nitpicky stuff. But on that topic, the no garage alternative is unacceptable. It's completely oversimplified. It dismisses the alternative far too simply. An offsite parking alternative is not considered. And if we wanted to drill down further, the questions that need to be added are that it's problematic because it doesn't consider an offsite alternative, or it doesn't consider any type of alternative shuttling of people. And that was mentioned multiple times this evening and in our past hearing. But it's also, the no project alternative is completely oversimplified. There are other alternatives. Just last night, Hoover Elementary School and PAUSD decided not to renovate one of the houses in one of the public schools in South Palo Alto. We've heard a project at Coverly. We know there's PAUSD land potentially that could be provided for a public-private partnership. So, there's multiple quote unquote school sites that could be used in Palo Alto, and it's not clear to me that there's been any thought or effort by the applicant to explore even some of these larger parcels or partnerships with some of these other entities. And at least it's not gestured in the EIR. So that I think that needs to be acknowledged. These things need to be written into the EIR as a part of, is that the no project alternative? Because no project could be on an alternative site or a site that is potentially creative site. And that's to me, that's a glaring omission. Another glaring omission is, and I think this came up, the study, I mean, hybrid education, flex schedules, that came up, and I think in Andy Reid's comments, the idea that some of the traffic could be mitigated by kind of off-peak scheduling classes, hybrid scheduling classes, virtual classes. I'm in higher ed. This is the new reality. So I do believe that this is something that's glaringly omitted. Okay, filtering down to more details. I think the underground parking right now, there needs to be, what needs to be done in terms of questions about induced demand in parking. I think the EIR at this point doesn't address induced demand at this point from just having the parking on site. And I think as well, I mean, so next comment, one of the things that concerns me is that, we've had a site's been in violation of their conditional use permit for a number of years. And, so I believe that the cumulative traffic impacts aren't being considered. So particularly when we think about if the site comes into violation again, what are the traffic impacts? And those have not been modeled. So we know the site has been in violation in the past. So have we done a sensitivity analysis to see that what happens when they do exceed by 10%, and what does that do to these intersections? I think that's actually a consideration that is warranted here. When we had, we have had clear violations of policy with the city in the past. And then a question to me is, at the end of the day, too, is like a really detailed question, and I heard over and over from public is, the tree preservation piece. It's not clear to me that those trees are going to survive, and I didn't see detailed analysis of that.
Great, very, very on time. So I appreciate that. I echo the comments of both Commissioner Alchek and Commissioner Riggs. This does bring to mind some of the questions that came up around how the First Baptist Church Cup played out. So we really want to work through these and resolve them, I think, before we send it further. So I appreciate the chance to do that. My questions are, I am concerned about the legality of the garage. The material that has been presented to us so far, and perhaps we just went through it very quickly. It's entirely possible that that's what it is, but I want to make sure that we establish whether or not it's legal very clearly, not only for our benefit in making our recommendations, but also for that of the public to buy into this proposal, right? It's very important. The question about the lifespan of the modular buildings is a really important angle that we need to address, and that may need to be baked into the CUP. I'm also intrigued about the zoning question as well. Why have we not discussed if this is the appropriate zoning for this site and this use, and approaching it through the variance? I'm sure there's a good reason, but it might be worth being more explicit about. And I agree with Commissioner Riggs that the no garage alternative felt very dismissive to me as well, as one of the people on the commission who requested to explore it. I was expecting something more sincere. The no garage alternative wasn't explored in earnest, and I feel frustrated about that, but I also understand there's limitations to what we can do. But perhaps, through our discussion, we can explore it a little bit more than what we have had presented to us thus far, particularly around the needs of transit. I know that the goal of the school is to be as green as possible. I think the presentation really clearly reflects that in the design, in all the things that they're working on. But I don't find the garage as green as the rest of the proposal, and especially feel that including and focusing on transit and biking would be more aligned with the goals that they set out. So I'd really like to understand more how the garage plays into that, or if there are better alternatives that are no garage alternatives than what we've been presented with. So those are my questions. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I think it's time to close this item unless there's any other. Okay. So great job to Ms. French and to staff for preparing this presentation and all the work that's gone into it. I know it's been a years-long endeavor. We are getting closer, and we look forward to having a chance to really chew on all of the aspects and discuss it together in depth when we are fresher than we are at 11:20 at night. So thank you, and we will see you soon. Next item is approval of the minutes. Did anyone send in any corrections?
Well, I just want to, hey, Chair Templeton, I want to publicly acknowledge you that you're in a great session there. That was not an easy meeting to run. So I want to publicly acknowledge that meeting management there. That was kudos to you. Outstanding.
We still need a motion to.
Thank you. Right. We can't close that item without the motion to continue. Thank you. And I appreciate that comment.
Yeah, motion to continue.
I'd like to make a motion to continue to the 9th.
Oh, Commissioner Riggs just made the motion.
Oh, sorry. No, I'll second.
You'll second it. Okay. So
well,
I'll check the motion.
Yeah, can we, I'll check. Can we just like ask staff if they can reach out and see if there's an available date too?
I think what the problem is that if we don't pick a day between now.
They'll notice. Okay, I'll second it. Yeah, all good. And they may not be able. Yeah, I'll second your motion. All good. Don't worry.
All right, just for the record, would you like to clarify your motion, Commissioner Alcheck?
I'd like to make a motion to continue this item to a date certain, the September 9th meeting that is scheduled for us.
Excellent, and that's seconded by Commissioner Riggs.
Riggs, yeah.
Okay. All right, shall we take a vote?
Yes, Commissioner Alcheck?
Yay.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing? Commissioner Lowing?
I think we can't hear you.
You're muted.
All right, I clicked it. Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Riggs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rukovar?
Yes.
Commissioner Suma?
Yes.
Chair Templeton?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 7-0. And FYI, there are no minutes to approve this time because the July 29 meeting was canceled.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So we'll just strike that from our agenda and move on to committee items. I guess I'm on a committee. I can share some committee stuff. The discussions are underway about the Churchill Crossing on the Railroad XCAP committee. So we had our first round of discussion today and we listened to and closed public comment on that. But we will be entertaining the evaluation of each of the 3 remaining alternatives. And you're invited to join them if you need things to do before this meeting. They're on Wednesdays and in the afternoon. And you can find the time on connectpaloalto.com. And I'm not sure if I have that right. I'm very tired. So if it's connecting, maybe it might be connecting Palo Alto. All right. So any other committee items, Commissioner Suma?
Oh, I was going to say, and Rachel can correct me if this is incorrect, but we are trying to still find a time for our next NVCAP meeting, which I think will be, well, then we won't be meeting. It'll be going back to staff to come up with 2 alternatives. Is that correct, Rachel?
It is correct that we are still looking for the date, and then we'll probably have another meeting in the future, but we'll stop probably our regular monthly meetings, you know, but we'll have a little bit of intervening time where we probably won't meet.
My understanding was after this next meeting, which hasn't been scheduled yet, staff will go into their secret workroom, their cone of silence, and craft 2 alternatives, and then they'll probably bring them back to us at some point.
Yeah, but it will probably be more than a month that we'll have before we bring them back to you guys. Yeah.
And I did want to mention one other thing, and that's a procedural thing, is that except for oral comments, we our procedures call for 5 minutes for speakers, which may be reduced to 3 minutes if there's a lot of speakers. So I sent that to the chair during the meeting, but I didn't want to interrupt the meeting. But we should be more careful because in the past we have had that question, that very rule, because it gets misprinted on our staff reports. And I mean, if people want to change that, we should go through the process of changing it, but it really is kind of not kosher to reduce it to 2 when it says 5 and 3 if there are a lot of speakers. I just wanted to mention that.
I think the first page of this packet specifically says the chair may reduce the allowed time to speak to 2 minutes or less to accommodate.
Yes, but that is inconsistent. There are often mistakes on our staff reports and our packets that differ from our procedural rules, which we have not changed. It's just a mistake that comes up all the time. I don't know why. Oral comments is less. So if we want to change that, pardon me?
Are you saying the rules say different?
Yes. Our procedures.
We can take a look at that.
I mean, if this group
I
wants
gotta be up at 5 a.m. for a call in the Netherlands. So if we can accelerate.
Yes, we're going to wrap it up. So just to close the loop, Commissioner Suma, we followed the rules that were printed on the packet this time, and she rightly points out that there are some inconsistencies. So that's something that I believe she's asking, and I'm agreeing with her to follow up on, and let's find out what's inconsistent and put it in front of the commission to fix so that we can be consistent going forward. All right. Is that it, Commissioner Suma?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. All right, so we're going to move on to commissioner questions, comments, announcements, and future agenda items. I'm hoping that if anyone has planned absences in the next 2 months, let us know. And you can just email Vin about that. All right, any other comments for this item? All right, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much for hanging in there, and thanks to all the public comments that commenters that hung around as well.